Good evening. Welcome to the April 4th. Is it April already? Oh. April 4th, 2022 meeting of the Grafton Planning Board. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, this meeting of the Grafton Planning Board is being conducted with both in-person and remote participation by board members and members of the public. Remote participation by the public for the public comment agenda item, the public hearings, and any other matter for which the board allows public participation will be either in room, in person, or via the Zoom raise hand feature. If you raise your hand on Zoom, you will be enabled at an appropriate point to enter the meeting via voice or video to make a comment or ask a question. In all cases, whether in person or remote, please identify yourself by name and address for the record. And because at least one board member is participating remotely, every vote will be taken by roll call. Please note that this meeting is being recorded as well as being broadcast live on the Grafton Community Television Government Channel. And with that, we will take a roll call of the board members. Justin Wood.
Present.
Bob Hassinger.
I'm here.
Linda Hassinger.
Here.
Prabhu Venkatraman.
Here.
David Robbins is here. Associate Member Maura McCormack.
Here.
All board members present and accounted for. Staff present is Christopher McGoldrick, Town Planner.
Present.
And Natalia Allward, Office Manager.
Present.
And as always, our first agenda item is public input. If there's any member of the public attending the meeting that wishes to speak on a matter that's not on the board's agenda for tonight, now would be the time to raise your hand and ask your question, make your comment, whatever. Seeing no hands raised, we will proceed to our, it's not first on the agenda, but it is the main reason for meeting tonight, the 7 o'clock continuation of the public hearing on the request for a special permit and site plan approval at 244 Worcester Street. So I know we've received, in addition to a number of public comments, we've received some additional material from the applicant and from some board members.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, I can give a kind of a brief update. So since our last meeting, we received some language regarding hours of operation and the traffic studies to be completed in terms of those. So that language is included in the exhibits. We've also received a number of additional public comments, which are included at least up until the end of the workday today. Anything else that's received will be added until the close of the public hearing, but it may not be on the exhibits page. And that's kind of where we're at. The board previously was going through the draft decision, looking more specifically at the findings and conditions. So that's, the update that we have for now.
Okay, I'm trying to think how best to proceed. There are sort of a couple of different tracks that we need to go on. One is we have some revised proposed conditions to be considered. Let's go back to it. So revised proposed conditions to be considered. We then, the board then kind of needs to review those conditions and the findings. In particular, the board needs to make findings based on the information received, including the mitigations proposed by the applicant and the conditions to be imposed by the board should the permit be approved. And taking all that into consideration, the board needs to discuss the findings and determine whether, after all is said and done, all of the conditions for granting a special permit have been met. But I think probably the first thing to do is sort of digest the new information in terms of the proposed changes to the conditions, and then we can kind of take a broader view after that. So, Attorney Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Mark Donahue on behalf of the applicant, for the record. So there were, in our minds, three main categories that we talked about near the end of last Monday that we offered to provide some input on to you. One related to making sure that the use as described was the use that would be permitted should the special permit be granted, and that it not be something else in some fashion. And that's the general concern about the broad nature and the manner in which the industry has developed very rapidly around what constitutes a warehouse. So condition A2 has been modified to expand the nature of the uses not permitted by the special permit should it be granted, to make it clear that not just does it meet certain ITE land codes, but it's because of those types of uses and the traffic volumes generated and how they basically operate that would require, if anything, a further public hearing and much more testimony before this board. So we try to achieve that in that language. It ties pretty tightly to the post-occupancy monitoring, which, as you know, through the hearing, we've relied upon as evidence that the use will meet the standards that Scott Thornton of Vanessa Associates has laid out as far as traffic impacts, which shows really no discernible impacts upon the surrounding area or the main road for the area. So we heard some concerns that language needed to be bolstered, and so we added fairly significantly to condition 24 to make it clear what the report has to include, or that post-occupancy monitoring. Included some bullet points as to work that needed to be included in that you'll obviously be able to see and make as part of the public record, because we're required to submit that to you each time we do that. So it identifies the work to be done, where that work has to be done, the means of it, and the analysis to be done. It further addresses the need, it defines materiality so that there's no argument or confusion about what constitutes materiality, and I think that follows basically MassDOT standards. And then it talks about essentially steps that, and Scott Thornton can certainly get into more detail, steps that might be required if there's shown that there is an increase in traffic in some fashion, and how that traffic can be addressed or mitigated, and lists a number of things for consideration by this or any other planning board should that circumstance exist. So I don't know if you want to hear from Mr. Thornton, who helped obviously draft these this condition, as to more his thinking on it, or if you have any particular questions as to those two.
Yeah. I mean, one of the questions that kind of pops into my mind right away is, and I know it appears that you've at least attempted to address this, and that is the question of what can be done if it turns out that the traffic volume and flow patterns aren't what this decision would have been predicated on. So what are the means of kind of enforcement of, for example, the design, the analysis is predicated on all truck traffic flowing to and from the west. And so what happens if you find a lot of truck drivers end up heading east anyway? And sort of, so I think maybe to go through in a little bit more detail, at least that's one of the things that I'd be interested in going through a little bit more detail on what can be done if traffic doesn't turn out the way we expect it to. And before you answer it, I'll ask if there's any other board members that want to sort of, have some questions along the same lines about this particular aspect of the proposed decision. Anybody else from the board?
Well, I think I said that was my big concern. People forget over the years what we think we're saying now. So I'd like to see it well captured as to what can and can't be done by whom and how. I have in here, down towards the bottom of the revised condition 24, there's that list of measures. I'm not sure, though, exactly what the standing of those is. It doesn't seem to say. I'm looking for something like including but not limited to. as a heading to the list of mitigations.
If I might.
Yeah.
Just to cast it, and then I'll leave it to Mr. Thornton to give it more. The list is not meant to be exhaustive, because since the post-occupancy monitoring will be looking at a number of different factors, it depends on what combination of those factors in any fashion result in a problem. The list all starts with the language that's in it, is requiring the applicant to present to the planning board potential mitigation process of methods that may be considered, and then to proceed and make application for those, which is a recognition that some of this work is within the purview of MassDOT, and therefore is not either within the applicant nor the board's jurisdiction to act on it. But as far as the things that are listed here, or the other types of things, depending on what it is at the time, let me ask Mr. Thornton to weigh in, perhaps, with some thoughts.
Yes, thank you. Scott Thornton with Vanessa and Associates for the applicant. And, I think it's a good question as to what sorts of items might be included for mitigation. There are some things that were identified in the MDM response letter, the MDM comment letter that we last received. And I think there are some measures that are part of that are proposed, may include some additional items, along the lines of optimization of traffic signals, because I think the intent of the sensitivity analysis was really to identify where sort of stress test the system, is to identify what types of impacts, and where, if traffic was higher than what was anticipated, where the system would break down. And I think that, we have those kinds of measures identified with the optimization of the different traffic signals, both at the exit 11 intersection and also at the Bridge Street intersection with North Main Street. In terms of the monitoring and enforcement of the truck traffic exiting the site, there are measures that can be incorporated. If it's, it could include, if we find that trucks are exiting, or tractor trailer trucks are exiting to the east instead of exiting to the west as is projected, there may be some restrictions that would be needed internally to the site. We could have, for instance, the truck traffic exiting out the east side of the site with a restriction, with a type of channelizing island in place to really preclude trucks from being able to turn left. This could be done at the east driveway, it could be done at the west driveway. But there are it's really going to come down to the monitoring, and I think I relayed the example at the last hearing of the monitoring report that we have done, or monitoring efforts that we've done at other sites, where the first instance there was one out of some 20 vehicles that turned left when they weren't supposed to, and then the next time that wasn't the case. So I think it does really hinge on the monitoring program as really what's key to the enforcement of these operations. And again, we have some other alternatives that we can do to optimize intersection operations and address potential impacts that are that are higher than what are currently projected with the development.
Okay, so basically, that as you're saying, I think you're saying that really the most important component of this is the monitoring, and you've included in the proposed condition a list of potential mitigations that is not intended to be exhaustive. Sort of go back to in what we often see in Bob's words was including but not limited to. So as long as the language is clear that basically if further mitigation is needed, the actions to be taken really depend upon the nature of what it is that we find that needs further mitigation. And I think one of the things that you mentioned, which I hadn't thought of in terms of specifically controlling the direction of the truck traffic, is a directional island that pretty much forces trucks to turn right coming out. I hadn't thought of that, but that that as a possibility, should it become necessary, that at least that helps just to understand that that's one of that's an action which probably would prove to be effective, as opposed to something that what I think a lot of us might worry about is, well, it's just an honor system, and we really don't really control it. Well, there's a physical action that can be taken to control it, which may provide some comfort.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think that's what it comes down to, Mr. Chairman, is depending on what it is, and with more data as to when it arises and why it arises in some fashion, then the problem solving kind of starts with that. And these are some of the tools, but certainly not exhaustive tools that would be available to Vanessa and Associates and the applicant.
Yes, yeah, I think part of my question was prompted by wondering whether, in the specific example of which direction trucks go, whether there are any potential reasonably reliable means of handling that. And I think that again that island arrangement is something that's pretty definitive, that the truck drivers are probably not going to want to run over a curb in order to turn left.
On a regular basis.
Depends on what that island looks like.
Yes.
And I don't see why we couldn't alter the plan to work that way now. The exits can only turn right, and they have islands that make that the case.
But yeah, just to that point, and I think Mr. Thornton could speak to it more eloquently than I can, but the island doesn't presently appear because that's the primary entrance and exit for Wyman Gordon employees to get to the lot that they currently use, which would mean that you'd be directing all passenger vehicles also to the right. That vehicle that wants to go left is not going to simply keep going right for long. They're either going to find their way into the neighborhood or make some other move to go back home or wherever their destination is to the left. So it has a consequence.
Yeah.
But and it's probably best to see that there's a problem as opposed to what can happen with striping, signage, direction, obviously, to the trucks that are coming and going and the drivers.
Yeah, it might turn out that there need to be additional paths available because mixing the exiting truck traffic with exiting passenger car traffic that might turn out to be something we want to find a way to separate the traffic.
Depending on if there's an issue, correct?
Yeah, Bob.
Yeah, I'm trying to complete what I was. I had a couple of other or a couple of pieces with this. This could be read that if a change is under DOT's purview, the applicant's out of the picture, doesn't have to do anything. I think that I would want to see that the applicant pursues it with all vigor with DOT as being a requirement. The other one is, what happens when we start getting complaints from neighbors that trucks are doing the wrong thing, turning the wrong way? Do we wait until, say, the 3-year monitoring and then hope it happens in the week that's done? Or do we have opportunities to address the concerns if they should arise?
If that question is to the applicant, if it's not clear from the plans and all the materials that are incorporated into this decision, you can add a specific condition that the applicant will direct truck traffic to exit the westerly direction.
No, I want to know what happens when that's not happening. What can the planning board do when the neighbors start complaining and sending us videos? Let's say a year after this goes in or starts operating.
Yeah. You're thinking, Bob, of something that may occur outside of the timing and scope of the monitoring, not so much the scope,
Exactly. Or
outside of the timing of the monitoring program.
yeah, but also, yeah, well, okay, the timing outside of the 3 7-day periods that are mentioned here. If we start getting complaints and pictures, what do we do? What can we do?
I'm sorry.
I guess what I could offer is the planning department as well as our other land use departments regularly handle complaints or comments from the public in relation to enforcement and operation of any permits or projects that are required. In this case, the process that I would envision, if there are issues that are arising prior to the monitoring being completed, the first step would likely be to reach out to the applicant, make them aware of the issue, and see if there's a way to resolve it prior to the monitoring being completed. In terms of enforcement options with specific teeth, we would still get bites out of the apple, if you will, when those monitorings are complete. But in the meantime, I think in most cases, these types of projects want to have an amicable relationship with the town, and are typically very eager to work to resolve any issues as it relates to their projects.
Well, I'd like, since we're the ones who set the conditions, I'd like for us to be able, the board, to be able to do something about it, rather than the administration.
I don't think that's wise.
What?
I don't think that's what we do.
Well, it's a part of what a special permit is. The thing is that there's over 100 comments, most of which are very concerned about these things, and they go to should a special permit be issued or not, and so it becomes part of my thinking about special permit and the strength of special permit. We'll see.
So I think in terms of the board's action points, those would be, specifically at the monitoring. And if, as the condition has written, if that monitoring identifies an issue, not just, necessarily, through those monitoring reports, not necessarily just photos that are sent in, but if there's identified and quantifiable issues, then those would be the points where the board would be able to either require a modification or some other mitigation to be put in place. But in the meantime, at the staff level, we would work to address, day-to-day issues.
Yeah, I'll just say from my standpoint, I would love if the planning board could also be enforcement, but my understanding is, according to the mass law, it's more, we set the conditions, we set the decision, and then the towns or municipalities, zoning enforcement officer, staff do the enforcement of that.
Yeah.
If I, to the extent that we aren't able to write into our decision in the way that is passable.
Special permits can say a great deal. Some of them I've seen. Where did I just see one that said it was only good for some period, a year or two, and then the subject had to be revisited and only then would it be continued as a permitted use. I don't know where I just saw that somewhere. There can be a lot of strength in conditions. The problem is that there's an overwhelming concern about this, and we have an extremely difficult compatibility issue. And so to try to find a way to approve this in the light of the situation we have out there at that place is very difficult. And I'm looking for ways to make that work, be able to adequately mitigate. And I'm not sure whether I feel that we have adequate mitigation.
Anything else from the board on the topic of the monitoring program and subsequent potential mitigations?
I have one thing, but it's less on the traffic aspect of that condition. But so if there's someone else on traffic, I'll let them go first. For that,
I have one point.
Yes, Prabhu.
The wording that we talked about, not limited to, but including. Are we going to add that to condition 24? Or is that understood? I didn't understand by reading whatever was the statement.
Yeah, right. My recollection, often I see those words explicitly if the wording of the condition as drafted implicitly makes it clear, or if the wording can be tweaked to make that sufficiently clear. I mean, that's in part that's sort of a question for the from a legal point of view. Would this condition be interpreted so that the bullet list here is not all inclusive, is not an exhaustive list?
Is there a harm to put those words in?
I have no problem if it makes the board feel better of modifying the sentence that says, notwithstanding the applicant agrees to pursue such measures, comma, if recommended and without limitation, with reasonable diligence, etc.
I still would like something more clarifying about what that list means, like including but not necessarily limited to, just above the list, if we're going to have that list.
Yeah, just in terms of the flow of the language here, that the paragraph just above the bullet list doesn't, it sort of talks about the measures. Let me see, let me just go back here. Yeah, it doesn't really explicitly introduce the list, explaining what the list is. So, I think, probably some wording along the lines of mitigation measures may include, for example, or something like that. But they're just, just like a line to introduce the list, saying this is why the list is here.
There's no disagreement on the concept that we weren't trying to list every solution for the problem we don't know exists.
Right. Yeah. So what the purpose of this list here is to provide some examples of potential mitigation measures. So I think that it ought not be difficult to tweak the wording here to make it explicit. This is why the list is here. The paragraph doesn't quite explicitly say that, but
I've lost all pride of authorship at this point in my career, so you can feel free to add words to it.
yeah, I know when I write stuff like this, I sometimes forget, what in hindsight should be obvious. But,
Sure.
yeah, so that's not really to take away from anything, or just so much as to make sure it's understood what this list represents as an example of some but not all possible mitigations, with the understanding, as we've I think beat this about to death, that the actual mitigations will depend very much upon the nature of what the monitoring program has found needs to be further mitigated. And none of us, we're not going to try to predict the future. Predicting the future tends to be difficult. So all we can do is, well, here's what we can think of right now, but what actually happens depends very much on the specific circumstances.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, we're going to need to see some words in there before I can be happy with it. I'm thinking 3 years out, 5 years out, and there's a disagreement over something, and someone claims this is the list of things that we can ask for, and the other things we want, we can't ask for. They've forgotten exactly what this conversation tonight said, or they were never part of it, which is usually what has happened. I've seen this happen. Been here long enough to see this happen more than once. Better to be clear on this sort of thing, and it's very easy to do as far as I can see.
All right, we got everything on that? We still want to, obviously, before we vote on the decision, and finally, we'll want to make sure the language is sufficiently well nailed down. We're probably going to want to make sure the language is all nailed down tonight, unless for some reason it turns out we kick the can down the road, which probably most of us would prefer not to do.
Agreed.
So for the purposes of discussion as part of the hearing, I think I've got a good sense of where we want to go with this one. We'll circle back to it at the appropriate point. Justin.
So on a slightly different angle, just to ask it, and I'll say what I think my interpretation is as well, is the material portion of the development, where you say 100,000 square feet, after initial occupancy, is that so? Just to clear up in my own head, if the owner leases a portion of the property of the warehouse to 100,001 square feet, that would qualify just on the day the lease is enacted, as far as the occupant takes ownership of the space, or would that be once they actually are using all 100,001 square feet?
The trigger is meant to be 6 months after their initial occupancy of that material portion.
Okay.
So if a tenant were to start and take a 25,000 square foot bay,
Yep.
you wouldn't want the monitoring to start at that point, because you'd be using up the monitoring before you're really at conditions that have to be there.
Yeah.
The flip side, if you have everything but 25,000 square feet, you don't want to be waiting for the monitoring for that last bay to go in some fashion. So there's some arbitrariness. It's got a relationship to the 332,000 square feet, basically a third of the building in rough math. To say when that's being used, actually occupied and being used, then 6 months later you start the testing.
Okay. That aligns with what my understanding was, and I don't have a strong feeling on 100,000 is too much, too little. I don't have a strong feeling there. My inclination is that we require the applicant / owner to send a letter to the planning department, planning board, just saying that occupancy limit has been reached. Just on that, as of whatever date.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that would not be too onerous.
No, that's fine. We can do that.
And I'm free to move on now, Dave.
All right. Anything else? Bob?
That's the way this works. It isn't the warehouse is built and then leased out to somebody. It's that the warehouse is built and then various customers come along and lease portions of it. Is that correct?
No, our hope is usually in the marketplace that you have a single user that takes it all. How long they need to actually prepare that space so that it's ready for use is the unknown. And that's when, so they would be doing work in it. They'd have to complete that work before they'd have a certificate of occupancy for it. So it would be triggered by the certificate of occupancy for more than 100,000 square feet if it's not one user. in some fashion. And certainly we can trigger it off of that when we get the certificate of occupancy, provide you notice that we have it, and therefore 6 months from now, we'll start the first of the monitoring.
Yeah, that strikes me as a sort of a, I was going to call it like a belt and suspenders approach, because at this point, it is not known whether the entire facility will be occupied by one user or whether it will be subdivided,
Correct.
which is, I think, what you were getting at. There was the notion of once 100,000 square feet is in use or is occupied, that would be the trigger. And it may be that it all comes in one fell swoop. Somebody comes in and occupies all 332,000 square feet, which would certainly meet this condition. But if it turns out that it gets effectively subdivided, as soon as a material portion of it is in use, that's the idea of triggering the monitoring 6 months after a substantial part of it has come into use.
Correct.
And as I said, that doesn't preclude the whole thing being occupied in one fell swoop.
Let's
It
hope.
just caters to the possibility that it may take a long time for it to be fully occupied, but while it's half occupied or 1/3 occupied, that there's some appreciable
Correct.
traffic being generated, and so it begins to be appropriate to monitor that traffic.
Correct. That's the concept.
All right. Anything else on this set of proposed conditions? If not, then the other thing you brought to the table is hours of operation.
Right, and let me set the table a little bit on this, because we've certainly seen the comments that are posted, and we heard from the board members. And you'll recall that during the course of the public hearings, since we started this, we've expressed concern about the ability of this type of facility to have hours of operation. So we asked first for Scott Thornton to provide some analysis as to what this meant, the magnitude of it. And before we get to the condition, I'd like Scott to just review that for both the benefit of the board and the benefit of the public, so we can put this in context, which might help then be able to explain where our thinking's coming from on the condition. Scott?
Yes, thank you, Mark. If I could, so the condition relates to the active loading or unloading tractor trailers between the hours of 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. And we're specifically looking at some measures if the total number of tractor trailer trips during this time period, known as the restricted hour period, exceeds 15 vehicles, then it's a modification of the special permit and should be reviewed with the procedures that were identified. And if I could share my screen, we looked at the truck trip data from ITE. There we go. We looked at truck trip data for warehouse uses that's provided by the ITE. And we thought it would be helpful to put that data, which extends over the course of a typical 24-hour weekday period, and put that in context with the traffic flow that we recorded on Worcester Street in March of 2021 when we did the initial traffic counts for the project. Now, the larger, calling your attention, orienting you to the graph that's shown on the screen, vehicles per hour is on the y-axis, and time of day, hour of day, is on the x-axis. So the purple, and I'm pretty challenged with colors, so forgive me, but the purple line is represents the hourly traffic flow on Worcester Street that we recorded. And if we were to make adjustments for seasonality or for COVID, those numbers would increase. So we could be looking at another, 10 to 18% higher volume if we were to adjust these numbers. But these were just the raw numbers that we counted. The numbers, or the lines down at the bottom, represent the warehouse truck trips. The yellow line represents the warehouse truck trips over the course of the day. And then the gray line represents all of the warehouse traffic, including the trucks and the vehicles. And you can see that in the hours between, say, 11 p.m. and 5 a.m., there's really a minimal amount of traffic, amount of truck traffic that would be expected using the original warehouse based traffic analysis. And we also, looking at this, we also compared the daily traffic volume for the sensitivity analysis portion, which gives us slightly higher numbers. So in this case, again, we are looking at slightly higher numbers for the truck trips, which is now an orange line down at the bottom. But again, it's still a minimal amount of traffic between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. And so, given, I think it's important, as Attorney Donahue mentioned, is to put these trips in perspective with what's currently there. In the afternoon hours, the Worcester Street traffic flow is somewhere currently around 1,300 vehicles per hour. That's the total in both directions. And the project traffic, the total traffic, would be somewhere in the 60 to 70 actually 40, 80. Yeah, it's probably closer to 100 vehicle trips, and the truck traffic would be much lower. But again, during the hours between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m., those numbers are significantly reduced. And if we were to look at the original warehouse numbers, which is what we anticipate the site to be generating, what a lot of the analysis and the monitoring program is predicated on, we feel that the 15 tractor trailer trip threshold that's noted in there is something that we don't expect to see exceeded. So I think that's what we're expecting to show. And again, these numbers are from the ITE traffic generation, from the trip generation manual, the 11th edition, and those numbers exist. They're not pulled out of the air. They're just those numbers are from the ITE, and the volumes for Worcester Street are what we counted.
So,
It's interesting. I think what you've got here is the one thing that I was looking for and hadn't previously seen was the IT estimate of the distribution of truck traffic over a 24-hour period. Yeah, I happened to draw. I drew essentially the same graph you did here from that data on the 24 hours. So the shape of my graph looks almost identical, except my scale doesn't. It's not as high as yours. But I couldn't put on there the IT generation because I had no idea what IT expects a warehouse to generate in terms of truck traffic over the course of 24 hours. So that's very helpful to see that the ITE estimate is for zero or near zero truck traffic during the hours in question.
Yeah.
So the condition we've proposed tries to respond to the tricky issue. We talked a little bit about this last week, that how do you keep a truck from coming during any particular hours? How do you And is it really in anybody's best interest to reject them, for lack of a better term? And what does that mean? So what we've done is try to focus on why a truck driver would come, and said during the particular hours, the so-called restricted hours, there'll be no active loading or unloading of trucks. So it certainly leaves open the potential of a truck arriving, but that truck will arrive at a time that it will be able to get out of the public way, will be able to get behind the building, for lack of a better term, but will be coming with nothing to do until at least 5 a.m. because its load can't be emptied or it can't be filled during that period of time. That will have obviously an effect on keeping people away from the facility during that period of time. But we recognize there's a possibility that those hours could impede upon certain users who aren't necessarily adverse even to the neighborhood across the street in any fashion. And the example I would give, because I'm familiar with it, is a user in this type of space who's involved in the production and distribution of cut flowers. They go to market early, they load early, and they get out very early in the morning in some fashion. There's such a facility located off of Route 20 in Shrewsbury. They do move some of their trucks between some of these restricted hours. But the benefit is their trucks, therefore, are not part of the AM peak in any fashion because they're already dispersed. And similarly, because they left early, they come back without being really part of the PM peak. So that business isn't necessarily adverse to the overall consequences, and it does it. The 15 comes a little bit from the ITE data with some ability to have a little bit of upside, candidly. And what it tries to create is a threshold by which if a user needs that opportunity to be able to load or unload trucks during those hours, they can come to you, say how many trucks it's going to be, and do it. But more importantly, not just say it, but separately monitor it, separate and distinct from condition 24, the truck traffic during those restricted hours, and do it on a regular basis every 6 months for 3 years. So you'll be able to see if there is an impact in some fashion, if their anticipated use does exceed that amount, and if it does, they've either got to reduce it or they've got to file for a modification of the permit. It's not an allowed use. The question was asked earlier, what do we do about conditions? If you have a condition that says you can't do something, the enforcement is a cease and desist order from the building inspector, which is enforceable by him and also enforceable by a court of law. So it comes with a lot of consequence for that. So we've tried to craft something that in the ordinary case, that if it's simply the typical warehouse that's taking big boxes and then having other big boxes go someplace, it's simply not working between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. And therefore there is no impact except for that random vehicle that appears just because they got lost in some fashion. And if somebody has to do something else, they've got to demonstrate to you, they've got to incur the cost of proving it to you, they got to give you that information to show they can do it. So we see it as a reasonable compromise on the issue that is of obviously great concern to the commercial industrial market, but we recognize through this exercise it's of equal concern to our neighbors across the street.
Just a further observation that is, in the context of the background traffic that's there, which Scott's graph shows, and I got the same, do a graph in the same data, between midnight and 4 a.m., there's an average of something less than maybe 50 cars an hour using the road during those hours. So there is some background traffic. And chances are, at least occasionally, there is a tractor trailer going through there during those hours. Once in a while, maybe once, one or two tractor trailers a night, or even as much as once an hour. Probably, I'm sure the people who live there, if they're not sleeping through it, they're probably annoyed. But that background traffic exists, and so the question for this project is, what would it add to that background traffic? And with the proposed condition here, it's basically adding no trucks to the background traffic, except maybe the occasional stray truck who's going to get there early, but with nothing to do, if the drivers are managing their time carefully, they're not going to do that. I mean, you can never say never. It could happen. But the idea is to keep it to a bare minimum, and with a particular use that may incur some more regular overnight truck traffic, you've tried to address that in the proposed condition as well. So that basically comes to the board's attention, and something may need to be done.
Mhm.
Is that a fair summary of it?
It is.
Any questions or comments from the board on that topic? Justin?
Sure. Can you talk briefly to the carve out exception you have in here for October 15th to January 15th of each year?
I can.
Yeah.
And once again, that relates only to those that have already agreed, only those that can't live within the restricted hours. So if a business can work within the restricted hours as a general rule, then they won't be operating anyways, because they won't have the doors, they won't be doing active loading or unloading. But if you are doing those, and therefore you've sought some relief on the restricted hours, our concern related to the seasonality and the increase that does happen before and shortly after the holidays, simply in the logistics space. It's simply a reality. It coincides, though, with conditions in which, as a general rule, people are indoors with their windows closed. And therefore, some of the impact that could exist because of the truck traffic in the middle of the night is to some extent dissipated by the fact that it is wintertime.
All right. I'll be rereading this as well when I go to deliberation, but my initial read of it was that carve out applied to the entirety of the restricted hours. That was my initial read of it. So if that was not the intent, that's good to know, and we can adjust wording if we need to.
Okay?
Dave, can I
Yes.
add something? So, am I audible first?
Yes.
Yes.
So I still have concern with the number of trucks, up to 15 during the restricted hours. What is the impact if you bring it down to not more than 3? I'm just making up a number during the restricted hours, and then not more than twice it should happen in a week. This means the way I read it is it can go up to 15 during the restricted hours every single day for the whole week and 30 days in a month. That's a lot of truck traffic at that point of time. I know this isn't one extension of the hypothetical situation that we're talking about. So going back to the question, one, what's the impact if we bring it down to 3 instead of 15 during the restricted hours, just to take care of the outliers and stragglers who happen to come in a little later?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think the answer might come in 2 parts. So I'm going to ask Mr. Thornton to address some of the ITE data as to some specificity during these restricted hours, how much you might see generally from an activity that's going on. So why don't we do that piece, and then I can respond more as to what the impact might be of reducing that. Scott?
Yeah, sure. So, in terms of the overall volumes, I think in the period late at night, there's always for this use, there's bound to be some truck vehicles, and I think that the running from, just looking at the data from 11 to 2 a.m., there's basically less than 1 truck per hour. There's a slight possibility of the truck trips increasing. But again, over the course of 11 p.m. to 5 a.m., we're looking at, based on the IT data and the number of total trips that we're anticipating, it's about 12 trucks over that entire period, that entire 6-hour period. So the volume is minimal. In most hours, you wouldn't see any trucks, and I think that there's, based on the use, I think there's going to be some trucks that are there, and rather than have them, it's tough to identify an exact consequence for as far as the traffic numbers go. But again, it's a minimal volume of trucks during that time period. Even if it's if it goes down to 12, it's really a small number of vehicles.
With your permission, that which kind of leads to what our thinking was with regard to the 15. It's on the plus side of what ITE data would say for that area. And it's a recognition that if the user's going to exceed that number, then there's a certain materiality to the increase, which justifies all of the work the applicant and the town will have to do, because then it requires a modification to the special permit. But if you're below that number in some fashion, you don't want to, in our mind, didn't want to make it so low that that issue of modification was dealing really in the margins. If, for example, the use was half of what ITE was going to be, the impacts are relatively small to require a modification. So we felt that the 15 was a range by which there wouldn't be a dramatic change that would justify it, but that was a good point to divide it to the modification. It's also a recognition that if you're exceeding it, there's a cost. If you're using trucks in any fashion, there's an inherent cost already into the project, because now you're doing this additional monitoring that you otherwise weren't going to be doing. And that needed to be able to be at a high enough number to also have some justification.
Yeah, I note that the 15 trucks over a 6-hour period is 2.5 trucks an hour, which, from one way of looking at it, sounds like a fairly low number. I don't have any sense at all of how many trucks per hour it takes to become objectionable to people who are living right next to the road and trying to sleep. Mm-hmm. I don't know that we can put a number on that. If the 24-hour data we had available to us was able to distinguish cars from trucks, which unfortunately I think the ATR does not do, or at least not that I see in the data anyway. So we don't really have a good handle on what the background truck traffic is currently. Which it would be nice if we did know that. I think it would help a little bit to set some expectations for how much overnight traffic becomes objectionable. So what you've proposed, at least, is a threshold of more than 2.5 trucks an hour. That is something that needs to be reviewed, because it may have crossed into the territory of being generally objectionable.
Correct.
Justin.
So one thing that comes to mind looking at this again and thinking over our conversation is, as of right now, we as a planning board don't know if it's going to, and you probably don't either know if it's going to be one tenant or 20 tenants. The wording on this does say estimated by the tenant to exceed 15 trucks during the restricted hours. Does that, if there is 10 tenants, that could be interpreted as 150 trucks is acceptable. So would it be better to word this in terms of square footage, of use by the tenant, or total of the warehouse itself in some way?
The intent, candidly, was to be looking at the facility as one. As I mentioned before, it's certainly the goal of the applicant to find one tenant and do it. I can't imagine this facility is going to work in any fashion with a pool of 20 tenants in it. So, whether it has 2 or not, but I have no problem in, making it clear that the total number of vehicles, truck traffic during the restricted hours for the entire facility isn't going to exceed 15.
Yeah, Chris, you had your hand up.
I was just saying that we could change it to by any one tenant. And that would
Yeah, right. I think, what I hear you saying, Mark, is that the intent was that the facility as a whole would not generate more than 15 overnight trucks without, and if the facility as a whole, however the traffic is distributed among however many tenants, if the facility as a whole is expecting to generate more than 15 truck trips overnight, then this would come into play.
Correct.
And I think that's
Yeah.
very definitely the way I would want to see it.
Yeah.
I don't want anybody trying to evade the rules by slicing and dicing.
Yeah, my intent on bringing that up, which that was my assumption on what was meant here, but just I think we might need some slight wordsmithing to make that intention clear in the decision.
Bob,
Yeah. You just hit on one thing that I had here, which is that one of the unknowns that's been floating through this since the beginning is how much tractor trailer traffic do we currently have on 122? In other words, if there wasn't any, then this would be very noticeable. But I hear from those who have sat there and watched that we get some fair amount of tractor trailer traffic up and down 122. Not too surprising, because besides when they come off the turnpike, some of them go towards Worcester, but some of them goes towards the valley, Blackstone Valley. And so if we somehow had a better idea, it'd help put into perspective how much we're adding with this. I don't know how we get that. Apparently,
I think
I thought some of the instruments were capable of distinguishing different types of traffic.
right, we do have that for the peak hours. The turning movements are, they count the turning movements separately for cars, trucks, bicycles, and pedestrians.
Okay.
And in the there's in the February 22 report, there's a truck percentage adjustment table, which summarizes. I mean, you could also go through the individual diagrams and add up the numbers, but the table in the February 22 report shows the to the east of the site, which is probably the best measure. Well, the measures in 3 different places I copied out of there. They're all almost identical. That in the AM peak hour, there's existing the 2028 no build projection, which is the numbers, the observations adjusted for the future. The 2028 no build numbers are 40 trucks in the AM peak and 22 trucks in the PM peak. So that gives us, that's the only thing I could find in reading and rereading those reports. It's the only thing I could find that gives me a sense of the existing truck volume. And I put together a little table that adds in the truck volume to be generated by the project. And depending on where you look at, if you look to the east of the site, the truck traffic is supposed to all go to the west. So, this project doesn't add anything to the truck traffic east of the site, in towards Grafton, towards Northbridge. In between the 2 site driveways, you have the trucks entering the site, but not the trucks leaving the site. And depending on which truck traffic measurement you look at, we're adding for the truck measurement based on square footage, which is probably a more accurate representation of what the project will generate. It adds four trucks in the morning and 6 in the evening. If you go to the west of the site, where now you've got both directions of traffic, now you're adding 8 in the morning and 11 in the evening. Those are in the range of 10 up to 50% increase, depending on which measurement you're looking at. The measurements are higher if you look at the truck traffic estimates based on the number of employees, but I think as it's my understanding, and Scott, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that the division of traffic into cars and trucks with the employee-based counts is not really something that's supported by ITE.
Yeah, I think that's correct. There's the truck percentages or the truck trips as a percentage of daily and peak hour trips, and then there's overall vehicle trip calculations, and they're not there's no specific linking of the two that I could find. And I've just been scrolling through some of the other data that we collected, the individual worksheets, count sheets that you referenced, Mr. Chairman. And, it's that same number. It's somewhere between 21 to 36 truck trips or trucks per hour at these locations. So, and that's going both east and west on Worcester Street. So, if that number stayed the same, or if we were just looking at the traffic increase from the site to the existing number, again, as you mentioned, it's 4 to 6 truck trips being added in there, which is, during those hours, it's a minor effect on the traffic stream.
Good, thanks to both of you. I think that helps give us a little more perspective as we read everyone's concerns as to what this means. I have one other traffic measure question that's connected with this. Maybe the biggest irritation of all on, at least for me, on 122 through that section is the level of service F, or in some cases E, for left turns off of, particularly onto, I suppose, the road. They exist. This will make, I think, a couple of them move from E to F, which is a little worse. But my question is, what measures are available to traffic engineers to deal with this circumstance?
For the unsignalized level of service F, yeah, there's not a lot. It gets to a point where, particularly when you have a lot of driveways and you have a lot of traffic volume on the major roadway, those driveways or side streets do experience a lot of delay. The only real remedy for addressing that delay is something to stop the traffic flow on the main line, which is typically a traffic signal. And you can't put traffic signals at at every side street and every driveway. They have to meet traffic signal warrants, which requires a certain minimum traffic volume on the side street or the driveway. And a lot of these side streets and driveways don't come close to meeting the warrant levels. So, there's not a whole lot that can be done to address those. And, with speeds being if speed's lower, if speed gets lowered, then the traffic is moving at a slower rate. Obviously, gaps are created. It's easier for people to get out. But in terms of overall, that's sort of a system-wide fix that would be required, and it's not likely to be adopted by DOT. And I think those other intersections are going to continue to operate with delay.
Yeah. All those, since it's a state road, all those measures are MassDOT, and we can call our state rep and ask him to talk to MassDOT. Is that the answer?
Sure.
Yeah,
Well, at some point, conditions do get bad enough at one place or another. I mean, we've had several traffic lights installed over my time because things got bad enough at like down at Quinsigamond Corner and down at Carroll Road and so on. at on North Main Street at Route 30. So it does happen, but maybe not for the streets we're talking about here, or most of the streets anyway that we're talking about here.
Yeah, just to follow up on Bob's observation that I think everybody knows, and we heard plenty of it in public comments, and many of us have observed it from personal experience, that the turning from Hilltop Street or Brigham Hill Road onto 122, really in either direction, is problematic. The applicant's traffic study here confirms that. You know, when they describe the delays at Brigham Hill Road, for example, Brigham Hill Road entering 122, the delays are more than 50 seconds. Level of service F. That's the applicant's traffic study, like I said, confirms what we all know. It's bad. And the only thing, the only observation I saw on the Brigham Hill Road intersection was that the proposed project actually improves it. Probably not enough for anybody to notice the difference, but the numbers, the delay is still greater than 50 seconds before and after. The length of the queue goes down slightly from 14.5 to 12.8 in the morning, 6.7 to 5.5 in the evening. So on paper, at least, that's an improvement, but I can't imagine that anybody will really notice the difference. And the reason for that is obvious. You're no longer competing with the Wyman-Gordon traffic because we're closing the Wyman-Gordon driveway. Hilltop Street on the other end gets worse. Weekday morning goes from 31.9 seconds delay at a 36 seconds delay, which tips it over from LOSD to LOSE. What's more interesting than D or E kind of, it's more interesting to notice the difference in, the added 5 or so seconds in average delay. And you get the same sort of addition on the weekday evening from 44 to something over 50. Once it gets over 50, the table just don't give us the exact number. But that one tips over from level of service E over to level of service F. Again, the added traffic on the road clearly is going to make entering Worcester Street from Hilltop Street a little bit worse. Probably enough worse that some folks at least might notice the difference. The upside to that is there's relatively little traffic going on to Worcester Street from Hilltop Street, but for those who do, this will definitely make it a little bit worse.
I don't have your tables there, Dave. How about Durham Street? That strikes me as a busier street, perhaps, and more troublesome. Maybe not, but I know some people have said it is.
Right. I think when I made up this table of mine in that summary memo I sent out today, I picked out the intersections where there is a noticeable difference. At the Deer Gnome Street intersection, I'm sure I looked at those numbers, and the change in delay and queue length was minimal, maybe a fraction of a second in delay and a fraction of a car in queue length. But I looked at every one of them, and anything that was more than a fraction of a second difference in delay, I included in my table.
Yeah, but I'm interested in how bad is Durham Street.
Yeah, so if I could jump in, Mr. Chair. We actually didn't look at that intersection. I think we had just identified the improvements that would be part of the conceptual improvements on Worcester Street that we would extend them up to Deer Gnome Street to try to address the pedestrian conditions there, and also to improve the traffic turning considerations and situation there. And so we didn't specifically look at the impacts and the delays, but I would reason you're right that there's probably not much difference between the effects at Brigham Hill and at Hilltop as compared with Deer Gnome. It's probably a condition where the additional traffic. If Deer Gnome Street carries more traffic than Hilltop and Brigham Hill, then the operations would probably they probably operate with more delay now, and additional traffic on Worcester Street would probably cause that delay to increase. But again, the improvements that are proposed extend through Deer Gnome, and will address pedestrian safety at that location.
Yeah, I think with my 2020 hindsight, I realized that we probably should have asked for the measurements to be done in the study to be done at Deer Gnome Street as well. I would venture to guess, just based on the configuration of the roads, that a majority of the Deer Gnome Street traffic would be turning east on Worcester Street, because if you were on Deer Gnome and going west, except for that stretch of Deer Gnome between Brigham Hill and Worcester Street, coming from farther down Brigham Hill or farther down Deer Gnome, you're more likely to turn over on Brigham Hill Road to go west.
Brigham Hill or Hilltop, right? Yep.
Deer Gnome Street. Apologies to all our friends up on Brigham Hill Road, but I think Deer Gnome Street does more going somewhere than Brigham Hill does. In other words, Deer Gnome kind of goes through to the next town, to the middle of the next town, whereas Brigham Hill mostly wanders around across the hill, more or less parallel to 122, coming back on down beyond Carroll Road.
Isn't there a bus company on
Yeah, I
there?
think chances are if you're heading from sort of the Millbury end of Deer Gnome and you're heading west into Worcester, you're coming up Riverland, then it's Deer Gnome, and then you're likely cutting over on Brigham Hill Road to Worcester Street. Otherwise, you're more likely to be heading east. But again, without any actual measurements, we can kind of only speculate.
Don't we specify what intersections have to be counted? I'm not sure whether something like 5%, some percentage impact on an intersection as to whether it got counted. I don't remember the number.
I do remember at one point, and I didn't, unfortunately, I also remember not following up on the thought, but at one point early in the proceedings here, I remember wondering whether Deer Gnome should be included in the study, but then apparently that thought escaped my mind only now to return.
Anecdotally, when I was commuting through there, which I did every day while I was working at UMass, in the morning, very significant number of cars turned left onto Deer Gnome. But very rare that a car was turning left onto 122 from it. Most of the cars coming onto 122 headed westbound were coming out at Hilltop, and that was heavy. So, that was true in the afternoon, the opposite. People would turn right into Hilltop, and they would be coming out of Durnholm. And I don't know where they go down Durnholm, but there must be a lot down there.
There is.
Yeah, Millbury.
Yeah.
I mean,
Nobody also a rather large condo
Well, yeah,
just before you leave Grafton.
true.
yeah,
Lord
that's right.
Vale.
Deer Gnome goes past the Lord Vale condos. So there's a substantial number of Grafton residents that lived farther down Deer Gnome from Worcester Street.
And there are businesses out there once you cross the line too, aren't there?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, there's a lot of businesses in the Millbury end of Riverland. So yeah, but I mean, Linda, what you said sort of confirms, is consistent with my intuition about the pattern of traffic from Deer Gnome.
In fact, you could wait a while waiting for someone to make the left onto Durnholm if you were on 122, because, I went on 122. Eventually I changed my route, but I would go up 122 up to in the middle of Worcester to cut across the lake.
Yeah, so kind of consistent with the impact of this project on the intersections that were studied. It's probably not a major impact on Deer Gnome, particularly, I mean, the big impacts we saw in the intersections that were studied were traffic turning onto Worcester Street from the side streets. And for that, the Dearborn traffic is largely turning right, going east on Worcester Street from there, which is easier to manage than a left turn by a substantial amount.
Yes.
So short of actually going back and studying the Dearborn Street intersection, I don't know that there's much more we can say other than speculation. Any other, see, we were sort of on the topic of the truck traffic overnight, and we got into looking at the volumes of truck traffic during the day and trying to get a sense of the relative increase added by this project. And again, the truck traffic numbers I mentioned earlier, this project adds an appreciable number to the truck traffic, maybe, depending on which measurement you go by, it could be 10, 20. I think the worst case was in the afternoon, the PM peak on the carrying the full load of truck traffic was as much as a 50% increase. But that's just looking at the increase in truck traffic. In the context of the overall traffic, it's the traffic is still largely automobiles. So, anything else on any of the topics we've discussed so far? There's nothing else on the board. I think our main task from here is going to be wrapping up a lot of the details. This is a public hearing. It's still open for the public. I do have some hands raised on Zoom, but before we get into that, I just want to kind of remind everybody that we have, at last count, I believe 83 public comment letters, as well as all the other exhibits. But of all the exhibits, I counted 83 public comment letters. I took the time to review all of those over the weekend and today, and looking at the 81 comment letters I looked at as that were here as of 3 o'clock this afternoon, I've tried to summarize all of the comments that have been made. And my point in saying this is to make it clear that all these public comments are part of our record. And at this point, many of the comments were repetitive, people emphasizing and reiterating their concerns. But at this point in the proceedings, I absolutely we do not need to hear what we've already heard over again tonight. It is, as I said, a matter of record, and I want to make that clear that we are aware of all these, and in the interest of everybody's time, we do not need to repeat things that have already been said. So before I open it up for comments, I just want to be very clear on that. Justin?
Sure. So there's just one. First off, thank you for doing this. This was very helpful to summarize it all better than my memory alone would do. So I do appreciate that, Mr. Chair. My one thing that was new to me in the comments over the last week, and one of the articles that was submitted as part of the comments, is an idea that I think I am in favor of having as a condition, and I want to, since this hearing is open, I want to know your thoughts on it, Mr. Donahue, is about forklifts and other, specifically forklifts for me, being required to be electric. Is that something that raises a concern? What's the thoughts on that?
It's probably the way the world's going, but I'm not sure it's fully there yet. The use of propane gas or gas is not diesel fuel, but is still in the marketplace in some fashion.
Yeah.
So a condition that certainly urged it, but limiting it to that, I'm not sure I could articulate what impact that would have on somebody's decision making in 2022 or 2023. So
yeah, that's fair.
Okay, so are there any other conditions or potential conditions that we as a board are interested in discussing? Just to sort of quickly review, conditions that have been suggested. Chris?
Well, if you want to finish that thought, I did have one comment that I just wanted.
All right, let me just quickly review the conditions that various commenters have suggested that the board include in a decision. Limiting hours of operation, we've discussed part of that. There was a suggestion that there be no weekend operation. Addressing noise concerns, there was a suggestion that there be acoustic barriers surrounding the truck bay and white noise reverse alarms. I suspect that we would probably consider that unnecessary, seeing as how the truck bay is located on the side of the building away from all the residences. Likewise, there will be no trucks reversing direction on the street-facing side, so that noise would likely be buffered by the building. There was a suggestion that nighttime lighting be dimmed. I don't recall for sure, but I think I heard that the nighttime lighting, that the lighting is going to be relatively dim to begin with. There were some suggestions about screening, much of which I think have been taken into account, but there was a suggestion for a solid wall to further screen things. Some folks are questioning whether a sidewalk is going to work out on that island between Maplewood and Worcester Street. Regular inspections of planting to make sure that the plantings remain in good condition. Suggestion to screen any air handling units that might be on top of the building. Traffic flow, there was a suggestion for the driveway to be only on the west side. I think we've sort of covered that a while back, and in that a left turn lane at that point would be problematic because of wetlands. Suggestions for signage to prohibit truck traffic on local streets. I think that's something that maybe not within the purview of this board per se. We talked about that a bit at the last meeting, where the select board is kind of in charge of that, but it's something that, and I think a letter has been sent to the select board raising that concern with them. Folks would like to see some traffic signals at some of the problematic intersections. We talked about that a little while ago. Adding lanes where necessary, and we've got the left turn lane already. There, in the future, there may be traffic conditions conceivably. That's not something that if anything would be lumped in among the potential mitigations that we discussed earlier. It would not. It's not something we would need to list there, but it is conceivably a potential. There were environmental concerns. No refueling trucks inside. I think someone mentioned that at the last meeting too, which there is no, trucks will not be fueled at this site. Justin mentioned the forklifts, remote air quality monitoring stations. I'm not sure where we could go with that. Suggestion that the owner picks up trash that's left near the street by truck drivers, kind of a property maintenance issue. Mitigation funds to cover future impacts. It's kind of nebulous, but it was suggested. Suggestion to condition our approval on MassDOT approval of their part of it. That goes without saying, and that our approval is not the only approval necessary for this to go forward. So kind of implicitly, our permit assumes that other approvals will be necessary. So we are not the be all and end all. And finally, there was a suggestion that the board review and approve the specific tenants. I don't know that, at least my observation would be that it doesn't really matter who the tenant is, they're bound by the conditions of the permit. So that was kind of just to quickly run through some of the suggested conditions of approval. The issues of concern range from just the overall character and quality of life of the town, traffic, which we've covered at length, and that's been one of the dominant concerns of many of the commenters. Environmental concerns, water pollution, air pollution, visual concerns about the visual impact of the building, concern about future changes, which we're going to great lengths to address in terms of changes that might impact the traffic. That all has to come back to the board for review. Concerns about the effect on wildlife, noise concerns, including backup beepers, truck braking systems, refrigerated trucks. the impact on property values, light pollution, cost-benefit trade-offs, and possible physical damage caused by vibrations from truck traffic. So these are, just sort of broadly speaking, these are all of the concerns that the public has raised with us in 81 plus comments. And of course, all the comments go into considerable more detail with some specifics. And as I said, many of the comments are expressing the same concerns from many different commenters. Sometimes the same commenter has written in more than once with similar concerns. All of this is ultimately what we have to take into consideration as we complete our work on this. So, Chris, you had something.
Yeah, so just in addition to the conditions, and thank you for summing that up, but there is also one waiver request still on the table. And I did include, it was the, previously they were looking for the height waiver, which has been withdrawn. That's included in the draft decision and should have been amended to reflect the waiver for reserve parking as proposed. That may be a somewhat low-hanging fruit that the board may want to address tonight, and that would allow the resolution of the ZBA process as well. But I just wanted to make that note.
All right,
Dave,
Bob.
one of the, I wanted to just pick up a little bit on one of the things that you had on your list, which I noticed and have been wondering about since I've read through all of them, more than once, most of them, as a matter of fact. At the bottom of your page 1, there was a comment that the zoning bylaw requires that the property owner's driveway must enter across their own primary footage. The project has the driveway for Wyman Gordon site passing through the applicant's land. If approved, it would make the Wyman Gordon site a non-conforming lot. I believe that also cited or attempted to cite where that is in the zoning bylaw. I tried to find it and I couldn't really justify I couldn't find where it says that. But then also you mentioned that Wyman Gordon is a pre-existing non-conforming use. And I'm not at all sure about that, and or whether this would be covered, if that were true, whether this would be covered. When you ask for a variance or whatever the ZBA might issue, usually a self-inflicted problem is not eligible, non-conformity or not. If I'm not mistaken. So I'm curious about what truth there is, if any, in that restriction where it says it. Does it apply? How does it apply here? Because I couldn't answer that one out of my head, and I did dig around on the ZBL a little bit today, and I still didn't answer it.
Chris has his hand up here.
Yeah, so I did take a look at that, and I believe specifically they're referencing a 2013 amendment to Section 2.1 definitions of frontage. And that language, which is included in our amendments section, is if a lot has frontage on more than one street, frontage on only one street shall be used to satisfy the minimum lot frontage requirement. Principal vehicular access to the principal use of the lot shall be through the frontage that satisfied the minimum lot frontage requirements. In this case, neither property is developing their frontage on more than one street, and so that clause in the definitions section would not apply.
Yes. True. I remember now that now that we look at it again, I remember that was brought up. The zoning amendment was done. It was brought up to address specifically the case, and that was brought to our attention by the building inspector. The question of if the lot has frontage on more than one street, where should the principal access be? Yeah, I didn't bother to look that up when I was, writing down the answer. It is true, however, that Wyman Gordon is a non-conforming use by virtue of the fact that it's a heavy industrial use, not allowed in an office light industry zone.
But isn't most of that, if not all of that, lot I industrial?
I believe the entire property is OLI.
I don't think so.
I thought it was.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Well, I'll look at that while you go on.
Alrighty. I think at this point, I will open it up for public comment, but let me emphasize again, in the interest of everybody's time, I think questions from the public regarding the conditions that we've just discussed, regarding the future changes in the use and regarding the hours of operation, those questions would be in order if you have any questions you'd like answered on that. I don't need you to repeat what we already have heard. It's on the record, and it's not helpful at this point to occupy our time repeating what we already know. I'll start with the room here. I've got a hand in the back.
Hello, Leanne Gagnon, 17 Maplewood Drive. I just had a question on the hours of operation. I don't quite understand. So if the trucks are coming throughout the night, they just have to sit? They're not allowed to work or unload or?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, there's really two separate concepts. The first concept is that during the restricted hours, the 11 p.m. to 5 a.m., there's no active or loading or unloading to or from tractor trailers during that period of time. So that's the basic rule. If someone determines that they need to be able to do that to operate their business, they need to present to the planning board a plan that says how many vehicles, how many tractor trailers will be coming to the site for the purposes of loading and unloading during that time. If that number exceeds 15, there needs to be a new public hearing and a determination to modify the permit to allow it. If it's under 15, then it's allowed to proceed with the requirement that they do, during the first 3 years, semi-annual post-occupancy traffic analysis demonstrating that the count of trucks is consistent with their use.
And I think it was part of your question also for operations where no loading or unloading is allowed between 11 a.m. and 5 a.m.
Yeah.
What happens if a truck does show up during those hours? And I think I heard them say that the truck would be allowed to enter the site, park behind the building. They just wouldn't be able to load and unload.
So would that, they're just idling, or like I know there's the 5-minute idling law that they can't?
They would have to respect that.
Okay, and who would enforce that?
I would assume the police department would enforce it. My experience is particularly in relatively small communities, fairly aggressively. So.
Okay, so I did look up the Bellingham warehouses that you were talking about last time. For instance, the Victory one that's right across from the residential neighborhood, their hours of operation are till 5, and they're not open on the weekends, and they don't allow overnight trucks. And that's really the right thing to do when you're this close to a residential neighborhood, to have overnight business. And to say that you need it to be into business means, it just speaks to compatibility. Then it's not compatible with the area. That's just really all I have to say. And I hope that you think about the people that live in this town and near this facility and understand that there are better options. I understand business is business, but this isn't the right fit.
Thank you. I've got a hand raised on Zoom from Mark Johnson.
Unmute. I believe I'm unmuted.
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. Just to touch on a couple of things, and one is just what the previous speaker had brought up, and I noticed that the answer to like a truck coming in between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m., there's going to be no loading and unloading. I mean, typically, truck driver's not going to come in the freezing cold and just hang out in his truck without it running. It's going to be running there. He's going to be sleeping. And the applicant just said that policing would be the enforcing body on that, but I don't really see our town police department entering private property, going behind a private building to enforce such a thing. So I just don't think it's going to happen. There's no way you'll convince me otherwise. Another thing I'd like to talk about is the new traffic pattern. They're proposing 11-foot lanes and 11-foot turning lane and basically 3 11-foot lanes across there. I mean, that's bare state minimum, and I'd really like you to think about that as you're traveling down. You're going to lose basically a little bit over a foot on each lane, and then you're going to put a sidewalk right next to it as there's trucks turning and people trying to go around. So I see that as a disaster waiting to happen. Third thing I'd like to talk about is you touched on it a little bit. There was no traffic study done on Deer Gnome Street. Oh, incidentally, my address is 19 Hilltop Street, so I'm going to be ground zero on the worst traffic, trying to exit my own roads that I've lived at for 25 years. So I'm looking at, there will be a traffic impact on Deer Gnome because likely that may be the safest way for me and the easiest way for me to exit to go to work. I may have to go to Deer Gnome and then take a left out of Deer Gnome to take 122 north. And the other things I think that the traffic study, I took a quick look at that and I noticed that the applicant, when they did it, obviously, I mean, everybody's brought up the fact that they did it during, a time that we didn't have a lot of traffic happening, but their traffic study shows both ways, yet we're going to have the additional truck traffic they're saying is primarily going to be heading out towards 122 north. Again, I find that hard to believe. I put it up in public comment. The most cost-effective route, even if they're forced to turn right, will be then to turn an immediate left on Hilltop, left on Fairlawn, go down to Deer Gnome, and head to points south, east, and north. It's the most cost-effective way to get to those places. And of course, you touched on a few things tonight that I do thank you for touching on. The trucks entering the place, we're talking Jake brakes. I'm butted up to the Mass Pike. I hear them every night. They will shake my windows. And backup alarms internally on the facility. I'm sure OSHA probably requires it. So those are actually all of my concerns. I mean, clearly, I don't think it's a good fit here, but I do thank you for listening.
Bob, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I'm just wondering what controls we have here in Massachusetts or Grafton about Jake brakes. I've been wondering about that all along. I know there are places where they're not allowed. As we drive around the country, we see that, but I've never seen it referenced. And I don't know that I've heard Jake brakes particularly around here.
Oh,
for whatever reason. Maybe out on the Pike, although I don't know about out on the Pike, but maybe the rules are different for the Pike. Does anyone know? Apparently not. But I don't think the planning board would put a Jake brake prohibition in. Maybe the selectmen, maybe the state. While I'm at it, yes, the whole western portion of this parcel, the Wyman Gordon parcel, is industrial. The eastern portion, that starts just after the structures, is OLI. Okay.
all right. I have a hand up in the back of the room here.
My name's Ed Devaney, 6 South Street. Thank you. This is to the applicant. I think we do have predictive power. I think that current takes the path of least resistance, and clearly that's going to be eastbound under a number of different circumstances. So my question to the applicant, is it your intention to stop the eastbound traffic, or to, as it sounded like me, you were saying tonight, to instead put up traffic lights and then appeal to the DOT?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I assume the question relates to tractor-trailer traffic, because we're not precluding eastbound in any fashion. The applicant has committed to direct trucks to utilize for exit the west driveway
Right.
and to exit west.
Is it the intention then to keep the traffic that way? If the path of least resistance becomes the other way? So current, we all know current takes the path of least resistance. There's no tolls to take a shortcut through 140 through the town of Grafton. The Mass Pike gets plugged up in the summer, and so trucks will come there. So is it the intention to stop, or is it the intention to at some point litigate to allow, once this is, the Pandora's box has been opened?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think that's what the traffic monitoring goes to, is that if the efforts of the applicant are not successful in directing it, there are steps, and we discussed some of them at a high level this evening, that can be put in place to once again coerce that behavior to the extent that one can do it. And that's going to be the intent, because that's what the applicant has committed to, and that's what the decision requires us to do.
Okay, it will go through the town of Grafton. This is about the identity of Grafton. And then further on the overnight, I live near South Street, and I hear the increased 18-wheelers that go through here now. We do have an existing problem. It wakes me through the night. When it's 1 per hour, it's almost worse. I wake up through the night, and my blood pressure goes up every single time I hear it. I hear them gearing down. I hear them gearing up. It's not pleasant. When you think of 240 trucks a day, you average that out over 12 hours. That's a tractor trailer, 18-wheelers, once every 3 minutes.
No, it doesn't.
If it is, yeah. So it's about once every 3 minutes. And what we're talking about is, and it's been hard to quantify traffic, but the traffic is the sight and the sound and the smell. It's not just sitting in traffic. It's about everything else that we see because of this project. And this project will be what we see in Grafton. So, thank you.
Alrighty, I've got on Zoom next is Christopher Thornton.
Good evening, everyone. Hold on a second, we're having a look. All right, so thank you for taking my call tonight. One of the things I wanted to mention is nobody during the course of this action has ever addressed what's happening on Maplewood Drive, getting on and off Maplewood Drive. Everyone talks about Deer Gnome. Everyone talks about Brigham Hill. Everyone talks about Hilltop. I get almost hit, pretty once or twice a week turning onto Maplewood Drive from 122 coming from the Pike, just to turn onto that little piece of Brigham Hill to get on Maplewood Drive to get home. There are days where I have to drive all the way down, turn in Deer Gnome, go all the way back up, cut back around Fairlawn just to get into Maplewood Drive. So everyone has completely ignored the 20 plus houses that are on Maplewood Drive and how this impacts us, and the increase of any traffic impacts us. We're 200 feet from where the facility is going to be constructed. We're the only ones that are 200 feet from where the building's actually going to be. Because right now, from my front door to the fence line is less than 200 feet. So we're the closest, we're the most impacted. Getting on and off our road now sucks, let alone what it's going to be with added traffic whatsoever, no matter what mitigations are done for turn lanes or anything else, because the flow of traffic that's backed up on Deer Gnome or Brigham Hill crushes us at any time of peak hour. And as far as all hours of operation, You know, I mean, it's already sort of noisy. It is what it is. We live off adding tractor trailer traffic. I receive tractor trailers multiple times, even in the town of Grafton where I constructed a project, and only had 27 tractor trailers, and I'd have a police detail to direct the traffic in and out of the driveway. So allowing that many tractor trailers during course of business, let alone during course of construction, no one's even addressed that. I did a job on 122 on Providence Road, I guess it's about 3 or 4 years ago, and I had to have a police detail for everything. So those are my comments tonight. Thank you.
All right. Got a hand up in the room here?
Yes, hi. My name is Rita Zefford. This makes me nervous. I live at 5 Falmouth Drive off of Airport. We are far enough away from this project so that one would think that I would not be concerned with it. It seems like most of the town, except for the people who live near the project, are ignoring this project. And I find that difficult to understand because this project, which is not a warehouse, it is a distribution center.
Oh, it is.
It will have,
Time out, please.
yes,
You're repeating things that you and other people have already said. Please be considerate of all of our time and address the topics of discussion right now.
so excuse me, please. I listened to all of you for an hour and a half. I heard the word truck over 100 times. I understood from all of the meetings that you have had that this feels like a done deal. I think we're fighting I feel like I'm wasting my breath, but I feel like I need to. I apologize if it's repetitive. I think I need to have my words heard out loud the same way the word truck has been heard out loud. So I just want to say that the traffic generated by commercial activity only, this is all can be confirmed. I have looked it all up. It only creates negative home value to the entire community, not just to the people who live close by. Grafton will take a hit. Grafton will look like the trucking center of Metro West. I don't think we want that to be our reputation. Light pollution. Light pollution increases carbon monoxide. It also creates ambient light, which disrupts sleep and the wake cycle. It also interferes with the course of nature. A lot of plants, animals, and people have their health and well-being depend on light and dark cycles. The more light, the more this is disrupted. Increased traffic lowers property values. If there's too much highway congestion in a community, it decreases the resale value for the entire town, and Grafton's exit off the Mass Pike will be backed up to the point where people will avoid having to exit at Grafton. Noise pollution. 1 decibel is the lowest unit a person can hear. There are 3 types of pollution: industrial, neighborhood, and transport. Noise pollution causes an increase in deafness in elders. It causes headaches. It causes high blood pressure. It causes sleep disorders with fatigue and low energy and stress. Truck pollution. Diesel trucks are a major source of emissions that create ground level ozone, which inflames and constricts airways and leads to coughing and difficulty breathing. Truck emissions are a matter of life or death for communities. Nobody's thinking about that. We live or die by these big things that want to bully their way into our town. And we don't need to be afraid of them. Being afraid of bullies lets the bully win. Okay, and then there's the traffic congestion, as we have all noticed. The answers I have heard from the attorney have been, well, there's only going to be one tenant. Originally, I heard that it was going to be open to lots of tenants. That seems to have changed. Do you know who the tenant is? If you do, why are you not being transparent? And if you don't, how are you going into business without knowing? I wouldn't. This is a very big project. It's hard for me to believe that they don't know where their money is coming from. And they say, it doesn't matter, we'll take care of it, we love you, we care about you. And I gotta tell you, the most important thing that anyone can do to reduce having to coerce any type of situation at all is to keep that situation from happening in the first place. I say, don't be afraid of lawsuits because you care about us. You are afraid, but don't be. You care about the well-being of the people here. Don't forget that when you deliberate. Like I said, I'm not affected. I have easy in and out access. I am affected by my care and love and devotion to life, to the town of Grafton, to people, to waiting for electric vehicles before we let these, I don't know what they are, these dinosaurs in. And I'd like to say hi to the building committee, because I've talked to them. And I'd like to say thank you to you for putting up with my repetitiveness and my compassion and my anxiety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On Zoom, I have David Burns.
We get 2 minutes here. Thinking that's not the case. Extension. Same as before. You already are an extension.
David Burns.
Oh. Yeah. I can't hear anyone, Dave.
There's no one speaking. I've prompted them twice to unmute, but they may not be at their computer.
All right, let's move on then to Amy Thornton on Zoom.
Hi, good evening. This is Amy Thornton, lived at 15 Maplewood. I just have about 3 questions for the board and 1 statement. I don't understand what's going on with the height of the building. Is the applicant asking for a waiver from the planning board so that the height can be 40 something feet? Because I thought about midway through the process, it was reduced to around 30.
Yes.
I think if you listened to what was said earlier in the meeting, you would have heard that the height waiver has been being withdrawn.
Okay, I couldn't understand the process, so that's why I was asking. The second question I have is, of all of these conditions, since we don't know who the tenant will be when the building is sold, are these conditions going to be transferable over, say, the life of the building? Because
Yes.
in 3 years, this could be sold multiple times.
No, the conditions are go with the project, go with the building, doesn't matter.
Okay.
We said something about that earlier in the discussion tonight, that the conditions would apply to whoever ultimately occupies and uses the building.
Okay, for the life of the building?
Correct.
Unless something drastically needs to be changed. I didn't hear that, and I wasn't sure of the process. Thank you. My next is a comment on the hours of operation. There's a reason why their hours are called restricted. It means you can't do it. So I find it really problematic, especially where we don't know who the client is, and we're talking off of numbers that are not unique to this warehouse, that if they need someone to come in the middle of the night, it's just allowed. To me, that defeats the whole purpose of restriction. And my fear is that when other truckers know this, trucks are going to start showing up. We've already said in this meeting and the conservation meeting that the town does not have the capacity to monitor this. Quite frankly, I don't trust any monitoring going forward unless it's peer reviewed. So it's a real fear that this is going to quickly get out of control, and we're going to be the ones on the front line that are going to have to continually call to get something changed. So my feeling is that if they can't operate within the rules that the town imposes, then maybe they shouldn't. I mean, I don't understand why the planner is asking the attorney, or Mr. Woods is asking the attorney if a condition is okay to go in. I mean,
So
I don't understand why.
So to clarify that the restricted hours are not included in the town bylaw. That is proposed by the applicant as a self-imposed restriction.
We asked for restricted hours, about maybe 30 of us, in our letters to the board. I don't understand how we cannot impose something. The developer gets to choose what he wants. I mean, that's just a statement on my part. I don't think that that's a fair to do to the people of this town.
So the restricted hours are directly a response by the applicant to address those concerns.
I know, but they're not restricted if trucks can still come and go, is my point, especially through October through January. So in my mind, those aren't restricted. It's lenient. And I don't think that that's fair to us, especially when we're going to have to monitor it ourselves. Which brings me to my last question is, when there is a problem, as Mr. Hashinger had said, what do we do? Because I work and live directly across the street. So I'm going to be watching every day if these trucks take a right or a left. So when they don't, who in the town can we call when we have issues?
You can call the planning department.
And the planning department will have authority to help us?
The planning department will follow up. The zoning enforcement officer would be sort of the first line of enforcement, with the assistance of the police where necessary, and ultimately with the assistance of the courts if necessary. To go back to a slightly earlier point, just to clarify, the restricted hours of operation, the applicant has proposed 11 p.m. to 5 a.m., but this is going to be embodied in a decision imposed by this board.
Okay.
So it's not, at this point, it's a tentative agreement between the applicant willing to accept that as a restriction, but the restriction is absolute. Basically, it's absolute, and there is the option, the condition as proposed by the applicant gives the applicant the option of whoever is occupying the building to add some overnight traffic, and if it exceeds a certain level, then it has to get formal approval from the board. The October to January constraint is on that overnight traffic that could be added with the board's permission, but it doesn't. If the applicant does not ask for the board's permission to accommodate some overnight traffic, then that absolute restriction is year-round. I know it's a little bit confusing to read that.
Yeah.
Took me a couple times reading through
Thank
that.
you
to
for the
get it clear.
explanation. And I do, it's not lost on me, the job that you guys have and the long nights that we keep you there. And it's very heartening to hear that you have read our letters and that you, we don't feel heard all the time. And so I thank you for that. I know it has been a very long 6 months for us. To that last point, I would just request that there are no overnight trucks coming and loading and backing up and idling, even if it's 5 minutes. If there's 15 trucks and they each idle for 5 minutes, to us, it makes a huge deal. The bylaws state if there's a congestion, if it's a nuisance, a hazard, congestion, substantial harm to a neighborhood or general purpose, where the special permit is determined not to be in the public interest, in my opinion, all of those are met. So I do appreciate your time and I thank you for letting me speak.
Right. And just to say out loud, just to briefly address it, myself asking the applicant what he thinks of a suggested condition or something in my mind is not me explicitly saying I'm only going to be caring about this if the applicant says it's okay. I'm one of 5 members on this board to make it a vote on a decision, and if I want something, I'll push for it. But if the applicant is willing to say on the record in the public hearing that they are okay with something, that's an easier, sell for me. And hearing the applicant's response, maybe there's a little give and take that I'm willing to concede on certain aspects that the applicant has another idea that I haven't considered. That's the approach I go. So I just wanted to be clear on that.
All right, I've got another hand up on Zoom. Bob Frederico is the name.
Yes, good evening, everybody. My name is Bob Frederico. I live at 29 Midgley Circle in North Grafton. I'd like to share some perspective with you. I am the building commissioner and the zoning enforcement officer in Northborough. We recently had 2 or more than 2 buildings that range from 150,000 square feet to 340,000 square feet and constructed in the past 3 years. They were all built on specs with no knowledge of who was going to be the tenant in these buildings. The construction of the buildings was pretty straightforward. Who occupied the buildings and the traffic counts and which way the traffic is being directed has been a very, very difficult situation to the residents and the staff in Northborough. One of my questions is, no matter who you have or what kind of signage you have directing all the traffic to the turnpike, somebody will always, one of the truckers will always miss that turn and have to go into North Grafton and take a 53-foot tractor trailer and turn around and make a second attempt at entering the warehouse site. Okay, that's a huge problem. The other thing is there was a question arising about who has the authority to come up with a Jake break restriction. It can come through the planning board at town meeting or the selectmen. It's very narrow-sighted to hear somebody on the planning board say that they don't know who this is. The other thing is that the entire decision from the planning board, all enforcement is going to fall on the zoning enforcement officer. The planning board and the zoning board of appeals are 100% powerless to control any of the situation once the decisions have been made. And they know this. Okay? So, you've got Jake break issues. You've got a zoning in terms of, who's going to enforce it. And somebody mentioned that is the zoning enforcement officer through the courts. Okay. It's going to depend upon whose lawyer is better in the courtroom. Okay. And when you've got a giant facility, which is 330,000 square feet, and it's staring square in the eye of all the people on Maplewood Lane, that is a visual problem. And no matter what you do to plant trees or screening or fence, that will be a permanent visual reminder of what you've done to the citizens of town. My other question is this: has there been any kind of soil testing in that area in front of Wyman Gordon's? We all know Wyman Gordon's has always constructed issues for products for the military and other things. We also know that Wyman Gordon has always been on the nuclear arms target list from Russia. Okay, that's a fact. And the question is, what type of security do we have? What kind of soil quality do we have? What kind of Jake brake systems do we have? That's an awful lot of authority and enforcement to be put on one person in town. So I urge you, the planning board, to take heed about what's going on in other towns with these large facilities and the impact it has on the individuals and the residents that, number one, elected you. Number two, pay the salaries of you folks in your stipends. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave,
Bob.
number one, we don't get a stipend. This is for zero. But Bob, what type of operations are those? Are those general warehouse or are they last mile type things?
They are general warehouse. Some of them are last mile. We've had over 1 million square feet of warehouse constructed over 5 buildings over the past 5 years. Some of them are direct to consumers. Some of them are wholesale. Some of them are transloading, which is middle mile, considered to be middle mile. And the planning board in Northborough has had a lot of struggles with this. It's in a similar situation in that the industrial district is a direct abutter to a residential district. Although in this particular case in Grafton, it's much more severe in that the homeowners in Grafton have direct visual access to what's going on. The issue on Bartlett Street in Northborough, most of the homeowners cannot see what's going on, so they have that going for them. However, there is a school right next door, and the driveway is right there. So there's been a lot of issues going on once the buildings have been constructed, and who is in there operating, and how are they operating? The traffic counts, what types of trucks, the hours of operation, the noise, particularly Jake brakes. All of the things are coming in and they're bubbling up to the surface, and it's taken the town of Northborough at least 2 years to try to figure out what to do with this, to the point where they're actually proposing a moratorium on new warehouse and distribution centers so that they can figure out what on God's green earth they need to do to control it. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, the planning board doesn't have the power to put in a Jake brake. The planning board might have the power to propose a town meeting warrant article.
That's correct.
I don't know whether that's a general bylaw or zoning. I suspect it's a general bylaw.
You can do either.
Yeah. I would think that if we started having a problem with Jake brakes, that somewhere among us, between us and the selectmen and others, will do that. That's not something that's a permanent issue. If it gets to be a problem, we can address it.
How do you propose that be addressed? How do you propose that being addressed?
If trucks, I don't know. I don't know when I've heard a truck use a Jake brake in Grafton ever, but I haven't heard them. But let's say they do. Let's say it gets to be an issue, either there or elsewhere. Then, if it's an issue, we'll put forward a bylaw. Warrant article, and we can do that at any time, and it'll apply to everybody.
That is correct.
Every truck that goes through.
That is correct.
Yeah. So that's.
You can also restrict it
to be seen.
Streets. You can also restrict it to certain streets.
Okay. And if it gets to be a problem, I'm sure that we'll be hearing about the need. Actually, 10 citizens could do something, could bring the article.
All right. Done. Thank you, Bob, for your insights. Rosemary is on Zoom with a hand raised. I would like, if possible, for us to wrap this up as efficiently as we can.
Hi, I have a comment to Chair Robbins. I know that I put, and you may have said this, but there's a lot of information that we're trying to absorb tonight. I did mention in my comments about a 180-foot setback. I didn't hear you mention that in the summary.
Yes, it's in my written summary. I didn't mention it verbally, but yes, it is in my written summary. That would be, the idea would be to set back the building 180 feet from Worcester Street.
Correct.
Yeah, clearly that's not in the current proposal. But yes, I did make note of that as a comment, as one of the comments.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's not in the proposal, but, you know, I think it would be better for the neighborhood. The other thing that I want to mention is, you know, you guys have heard us go on and on and on, and we're just, you know, we so appreciate the job and the stress that this brings all of you, and we're just trying to maintain our quality of life and our health and our well-being. To that point, the abutters and the neighborhood have put in an appeal to the DEP. I don't think the town knows about it yet, but we have put in an appeal. And we just want to let you know that if our health and our quality of life and our enjoyment of our properties is in any way compromised by this project, if it passes, we will be filing an appeal on your decision as well. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for what you do, and thank you for letting me comment.
Thank you. Moving on, I've got another hand raised on Zoom with Heather.
Hi, this is Heather Lacasse, 19 Maplewood Drive. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I want to say that I appreciate the difficulty of this situation for the board, because I think, you know, echoing some of the other residents, you know, we appreciate that you're, you know, so meticulously, you know, considering our comments and thinking about mitigations and conditions. But I feel like, you know, you're at a disadvantage here not knowing the end user. And I think this is causing a lot of the discomfort and the unease around the setting of the conditions. And I agree with prior commenters that, you know, once you open Pandora's box, it's a lot harder to, you know, set conditions after the fact, or, you know, monitoring and enforcing can be a really arduous process. So I think it's the right thing to do to be being this careful and considering potential, you know, mitigations and conditions. You know, with that said, you know, you can only foresee or predict so much not knowing the end user. And I know, Mr. Robbins, you did mention somebody's comment about the board, you know, having approval or authority over, you know, approving or denying any tenants. And I know that's not within your purview, but is there a way that once the tenant or tenants have been identified to have a revisiting of conditions to make sure that potential mitigations to make sure that they're appropriate, sufficient, because, you know, there could be a huge difference in terms of what you're looking to mitigate versus if you're looking at, you know, a floral distributor versus a, you know, BJ's or a Walmart or a Best Buy or the Amazons of the world. And I know I appreciate the commenter before me talking about Northborough's experience, because I think, you know, they are suffering the consequences of having not, you know, appropriately and sufficiently set conditions and mitigations ahead of time, and now are trying to do it in an ad hoc manner and are suffering the consequences of that, versus, I think in more planful situations, when Westboro knew that the tenant was going to be Amazon in a similar warehousing situation, they were able to negotiate for mitigation funds, for 200 vehicles to be registered to the town of Westboro in order to get additional excise tax revenue. So I'm just wondering, what authority or power the board has to revisit potential conditions once a tenant has been identified, as opposed to waiting to the 1 year, traffic monitoring that's been preconditioned.
Okay, Chris?
Yeah.
So the specific company to utilize this facility is not applicable to the planning board's decision-making process. What is identified within the context of this draft decision, the applicant's narrative and the zoning bylaw, is specific use cases. We're utilizing the bylaw definitions as well as the ITE standards of which the traffic study is based, and the end user, regardless of specific company, will have to fit that mold.
Yeah, or to put it, to expand on that slightly, the conditions that the board would be considering, specifically with the board's knowledge that a specific end user is not known, the board is going to be looking at conditions that, as best as we can anticipate, will protect our interests. Now, any potential end user coming into this or looking to come into this is going to be bound by the conditions that we impose now. So a potential end user who wishes to come in but isn't compatible with the conditions we have imposed is probably going to look at that before they sign on the dotted line and say, I'm not comfortable with these conditions. I'm not comfortable here because there are too many restrictions on me or the wrong restrictions on me. So this is a slightly roundabout way of saying that whoever the end user is, they will be bound to the conditions that we impose now. And as we consider the conditions, we think about, and a good example of this is the proposed condition regarding a future use that might not be a general warehouse. In particular, a future use that might be something like a fulfillment center. We've anticipated that by saying that a future use that has a different trip generation, different traffic pattern, known different, has to come to us for approval before it can proceed. So that's the kind of thing that we would be trying to anticipate. Yes, we don't know who the end user is, but we are making a decision based on the proposed use. And it kind of doesn't matter who uses it, as long as their use is consistent with what we know now.
Okay, so I think going along with that, then I would urge the board to err on the side of the most conservative conditions due to compatibility issues with the neighborhood. And I echo, what my neighbors have said and what other residents have said in terms of, overnight unloading and loading of trucks, peak hours during, holiday season. It's just not compatible. And the board has precedent for this. The Cumberland Farms that's directly across the street from this proposed project is not allowed to operate 24/7, is not allowed to have trucks load and unload, after certain hours. And that's a business that benefits residents. I mean, if Cumberland Farms was open at 10 p.m., at least I could go and get milk and eggs when I realize I'm out for breakfast, as opposed to, a giant warehouse that doesn't directly, benefit the neighbors. So I guess given that, you have to go with such general kind of guidelines based on what fits into this category of general warehousing, I would urge the board to be, really conservative in those conditions, given the compatibility with the neighborhood and the residences less than 200 feet from the proposed project.
Understood.
Thank you.
Bob, hey, you have your hand up, I think.
Dave.
Bob.
Yeah. I'd like to think that, yes, we are doing the very best we can with that. The present speaker may not have read the revised proposed condition, although we did talk about it earlier. To narrow this down, ITE has the different classifications, which are apparently pretty well, do a pretty good job of describing the different kinds of uses and categorizing them for what we're trying to do here. I am interested in what type of operation that one in Westboro is or was that you're talking about, the mitigations and money and so on.
Now it's Amazon.
Well, Amazon might have general warehouses. I don't know. Is it a last mile?
Last mile.
If it's a last mile, that's a whole different ballgame. And that's why it would have to come back here. We better plan on a lot more time we've been spending on this one.
I am not at all sure that we could ever approve a last
Right.
mile type of warehouse in this location.
No.
Not with the experiences the other towns have been having. Although, who knows? Yeah.
But that's
We'll
kind of neither here nor there for now. As has been said repeatedly, we are specifically anticipating or significantly aware that there's a possibility there that we want to preclude at this time. All
Right. And I think we're doing that.
Yeah.
Or, well, I think what we've been talking about for conditions.
Right. That's what's being proposed.
Right.
So I have a couple more hands on Zoom, and hopefully we can get this wrapped up regarding questions about the various conditions we've been discussing. Kristen Black on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is again Kristen Black from 3 Mason Drive. I just want to echo a lot of what people said, but really focus on another example in Southborough is the Ken's distribution warehouse off of Route 9 you may see. And I know one of the complaints we hear from abutters is idling refrigerated trucks at night. And I think I live up on Mason Drive, which is up a hill. I can hear perfectly and see the lights from Wyman Gordon shining in my bedroom window. And I think it's really important that we all have the right to open our windows at night on a nice summer night and not hear idling vehicles. And I think what is so upsetting for the community are the hours of operation and the amount of accommodations we're making for a business that we don't know a lot about. And to Bob Frederico's points in Northborough, I really hope we can learn from our neighbors. I also work in Northborough with Bob. I see the demands this puts on all town offices, from complaints to the fire, to the police department getting called out to observe trucks, all the way to the town administrator's office. And it really is a major drain for all those departments. And it's really been an unfortunate experience in that community. So I hope you do what you can at a minimum on restricting hours so we can maintain our neighborhoods and that neighborhood experience we've all really loved in Grafton. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. I've got one more hand raised on Zoom. Mark Johnson for the second time tonight. If my memory is correct, which it may not be.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mr. Robbins. I do appreciate second opportunity here. There was just two quick things that I want to try to do, and I think some of it is covered, but I think it was a little unclear. You had mentioned that any future tenant going in there would be bound by the conditions of this special permit. And then I know we have discussed about who actually enforces that, and we come into, it seems to be a little bit of confusion there. There's a zoning enforcement officer, which would enforce some of those, but I've also heard that our local police department would be able to go on to private property, I guess, and go after somebody idling for more than 5 minutes at night or something like that. So I think it's just a little bit unclear on how that would work out. And the other, following up on that, is that say there are violations and, obviously people calling in, who bears the cost if we are to pursue something? Is the town going to bear the cost as far as legal fees? And And then the last thing, somebody did just touch on, contaminated soils in there. I'm assuming if this does get green lighted, then, I'm assuming that we're going to have soil borings and soil testing, because we all know in Grafton that we've had recent projects, AKA the library, that, had they done these soil borings, they would have found a whole bunch of stuff in the ground. So therefore, if there is anything there, obviously, I would highly suggest that the town also put some sort of verbiage in there that we can have an independent soil management firm that would be in the best interest of the town should there be any kind of mitigation of soils or how to handle any classified soils whatsoever. I mean, we know there's, I believe, PCBs in the far west that they had to do something about years ago, and they're venting out. But anything else, that doesn't matter what it is, if it's PCB, lead, whatever, it needs to be handled properly for all of us that live around there. Thank you.
I think somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection is that the property owner is responsible for any contamination that's found on the property, and that the applicant here has undertaken at least is it a 21E, an investigation of the property that they proposed to buy as part of this. And that investigation, I think, turned up no known problems.
For the piece that's the subject matter.
Yes,
for the parcel that this project is proposed to be on.
That's all accurate.
But beyond that, if anything does show up on site, it is the responsibility of the, I think, is it, somewhere I remember that in some cases it's current and all past property owners are, but it's maybe it's nothing more than the current property owner that's ultimately responsible for any cleanup. It's not the town.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. It would be the property owner. I mean, I work for the Commonwealth of Mass and we do a lot of construction, and being the property owner, we generally also hire an independent soil management firm so that we're doing everything as per DP and making sure that everything is followed by the letter of the law. And I'm just encouraging the town to seek out an independent and not just trust whoever the applicant wants to hire or the landowner wants to hire. Because ultimately, if it's all being blown around, somebody's responsible for it. And really, it's who has the deepest pockets is the ones that are on the defendants list. So I just want to make sure the town is not, opening itself up to any liability for not having, protecting itself with an independent firm.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave,
Bob.
a lot of people may not have noticed one of the more recent exhibits, which is communication with the Department of Environmental Protection, who I think are the ones most in play in this area, isn't it? And we see them covering this ground. I think it's, tell me if I'm right, Dave, that they are the ones most responsible for this sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, that is their response to the environmental notification form. And an environmental notification form sometimes leads to a requirement to do an environmental impact report. In this case, they determined that an environmental impact report was not required, but in their response, which was just recently posted, they described a number of things. And that's one item I was planning to do before our meeting tonight was I read through that once. I wanted to read through it again to see if there was anything in there that would impact the decision that we have to draft. And so, and I'm not off the top of my head, I'm not sure that there is, but I mean, they would certainly be looking out for potential environmental problems of all kinds. And I've been studying so many other things that I didn't have a chance to reread that, so I can't speak to what that response said in terms of anything that it might lead us to want to include in a decision. Having said all that, we have no more hands raised on Zoom. Before we close the public hearing, though, I would like to request that if Scott could provide us with copies of those two graphs he displayed with the truck traffic distribution, I think that would be good to have on the record to sort of support the condition regarding overnight traffic. That's to my knowledge right now, those are the only items of information that I'd like to see on the record that we don't already have in our possession. So if there's no other information we need to receive, we can contemplate closing the hearing. Just as a procedural matter, I don't recall whether we could close the hearing in anticipation of receiving those two specific pieces of information. And not that we can really.
Are we able to declare them part of the record because they were presented?
They were displayed in the meeting, so.
So I think by that they're incorporated.
That's part of the record of the proceeding.
And we'll get the formal exhibit.
Yes, and with a hard copy to follow.
So I move that we close the hearing with that provision.
May I have a chance to make in the nature of a closing?
Sure.
Great.
Draw my motion.
Thank you, Bob. On behalf of the applicant and with all sincerity, I want to thank the board. These are never easy when you end up with this many people concerned about something. And no one can ever suggest you didn't give everyone an opportunity to be heard. And you certainly gave that to the applicant to present its case to you. We said on the opening night of this that these can be some of the hardest zoning matters when you're dealing with two wholly inconsistent zoning districts that essentially abut one another. They always lead to the type of things that Mr. Federico referred to and that we always find when you have that. But having said that, the truth of the matter is that for an extended period of time, this site has been zoned in the industrial zone. And everyone across the street knew it or had the opportunity to know it. It's also a decision by this town to make it part of the Priority Development Overlay District, which is making it clear that the town, as a town, seeks to have this developed to diversify its tax base, because that's the purpose of the overlay district in some fashion. And that's entitled to consideration, because any property owner is entitled to the right to use their property in accordance with your rules and regulations. But we recognize that you have issues with the neighborhoods across the street and respect everything that they have said through this whole process. This process can be like a crucible, and it can be, and I firmly believe it can be, an exercise by which a project is better at the long run than it was to start. And I think that's true in this particular case, particularly in light of the proposed conditions that we have discussed and that you've given us the opportunity to comment on. It's worth summarizing that through the process of this, what issues have arisen that the applicant has responded to. And it's worth just kind of enumerating them so you don't forget them. The facade of the building along Worcester Street has been significantly altered due to criticisms of its appearance. The height of the building has been reduced to be in compliance with zoning, although the applicant started with a higher height and suggested a reduced height. It now complies. We have reduced the size of the building materially based upon the concerns that it was too much massing of the site and was taking up too much of the site. The landscaping and the buffering of the site has been dramatically increased from the original filing based upon requests for additional buffering along different view lines that this board requested during the process. Landscaping has been added to the proposal along Worcester Street and Maplewood Drive as requested during the course of the hearings by abutters that be included, and that's now part of the application. Based upon your previous indication, although not a formal vote, but certainly have built the plan upon it, that reserve parking would be supported. We reduced the variance request or eliminated the variance request in essence, in some fashion. And with reserve parking, now have the site complying with the requirements of the zoning bylaw. Although for all the reasons we've told you, we think that it is an antiquated standard. And then we've also, during the course of the process, proposed to you off-site improvements that we're going to exercise with MassDOT that include trying to address the limited issues pointed out as part of the traffic review and the MDM review of that. Beyond that, we've taken, as part of the exercise of working through you, we have defined very specifically the use that's permitted by the special permit should you decide to grant the special permit, and made it clear what it is not. We have created an affirmative obligation that did not exist, by way of example, in Northborough, of a specific and empirical traffic monitoring post-occupancy, in which that information will be provided to you. You'll have input as to the mitigation that's required as part of that. And we have proposed, as part of the discussion with the boards, means by which the hours of operation are limited, although there is no basis in the general or zoning bylaw for that particular requirement to be offered. And we've provided that in a manner that does it. That makes this a better project than it started. And therefore, this has been a successful purpose for this. Ultimately, this is not a popularity contest. Ultimately, this is a determination as to whether there is a substantial harm to be recognized as a result of the proposed use. And your bylaw sets forth 12 specific criteria that the board needs to look at to get to that conclusion. There is no doubt that findings of 11 of those must be found for the applicant. The only question has been, and has dominated this discussion from the get-go, is traffic. And I'm not going to try to summarize all of the traffic, because I think, frankly, the chair did a better job than I could of summarizing it. There is a minimal impact to the increase and the effectiveness of the traffic on Worcester Street as a result of the development. That's simply what the facts show, not just of us, but also of MDM. That's simply the way it is. It is simply a reality that industrial use of any kind includes increased traffic of both passenger vehicles and trucks. It is undeniable. The use of this industrial zone property will in all instances increase traffic to some extent. But we've demonstrated this is a minimal increase in the traffic, and we believe that we've proposed conditions by which you can make sure it is, and also limited it by the limited hours of operation. The applicant's met its burden to you for the special permit. We would respectfully ask you to grant the special permit with the conditions we've discussed up till now, without adding anything in addition. Thank you.
Good closing argument.
Thank you.
I will just make one more observation, which I had intended to make earlier and kind of slipped my mind, is that in terms of the scale of this project, this would be, if built, it would be the largest building in existence in Grafton today. Today, the largest building by square footage is Wyman Gordon at 305,000 square feet. The next largest building in Grafton today is the high school at 186,000 square feet. Behind that is the middle school at 112,000 square feet. And then after that, there's the Ferry Street, the former Tupperware building at 97,000 square feet. So this is, in that sense, unprecedented in terms of the sheer size of the building and the use. We don't have any warehouses comparable to this in Grafton today. So it is kind of new and different. It's a first for us in a couple of manners of speaking. So it's been an interesting series of public hearings, and I think we're at the point where we can wrap this up. And unless there's something else, I think Bob has his hand up.
Yes, I'll again move that we close the public hearing with the provision for the receipt, the hard copy receipt of the information we discussed that was presented tonight.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion of the motion?
I don't want a hard copy. Can we get a digital version? I don't need a hard copy. Can we get a digital version instead?
I think the intent was electronic copy.
Yeah.
Yes. Whatever form is recorded, can go in the file.
Yes. Okay, discussion of the motion. No further discussion. No, take a vote. Justin?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Linda,
Aye.
Prabu,
Aye.
and Dave votes aye. Motion carried unanimously. The public hearing is closed. And again, I would wish to express a great deal of thanks to the many members of the public who have actively and diligently participated in this whole process. I thank you for your interest, for the time you took to speak at our meetings and to write your comments. It's very helpful to have it all in writing. Even though it takes us a lot of time to review the writing, it's very definitely worthwhile. So I appreciate all of your input, and indeed, however the board ultimately votes, know that your input has been very helpful and very valuable to the board in framing some of the questions and some of the changes in project plans that have gone along the way. Again, your participation has been very much appreciated. The meeting is still open for the public attendance, so although with the hearing closed, there is no more public participation, you're certainly welcome to hang around and watch us try to make the sausage.
Dave, at this point, it's 15 minutes before the hour of 10. I move that we vote to extend the meeting beyond 10 o'clock.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes. Are we, how much chance do we have of getting well enough documented all the language that we've discussed? We really need clean language in this. We have what, 5 levels of changes in the last one that came by, and we've had a number of changes in addition. I'm not clear how we get to a good decision tonight.
Document.
At least say for my part, I'm willing to stick around as long as the rest of the board is to try to nail this down.
Yeah, I think after we spend some time discussing what to do and how to do it, we may get a better sense of whether we can wrap it up completely tonight.
Yeah, I think we have to do some talking and find out how far we are yet to getting it summed up.
My problem isn't the talking. We've talked about it and we're fairly close to knowing the things we want, but I want to see the words on paper or on electrons, photons.
Yeah, I see.
Clean, written out, and I don't see the decision being edited while we sit here.
I mean, I could pull up the Word version, we could share it and do that, but it may be, especially since we're waiting for some exhibits, if it's just the deliberation on the final decision and editing, getting a final draft for the board to review, that's certainly something that we could attempt to do tonight, but it may be more, I think we have a meeting in 1 week, and that certainly we'd be able to incorporate that in that time.
So
Yes,
But isn't that past the deadline?
Well, that's
So-
what I'm thinking we should try to do, but of course it would require an extension on the deadline.
Yeah, so I believe in terms of the deadline, we've closed our public hearing and can deliberate. In terms of the deadline, that's the select board process. I can work with the applicant. I believe if we're moving towards finalizing the draft document, they may be amenable to continuing that to a date that the select board would be meeting after that next meeting. And that would give us enough time to edit the document and review that.
Justin?
So, should the select board meet tomorrow and then not extend the deadline? What does that mean for us in this decision?
No, we can, they can extend the deadline for the special permit, can't you?
So
We did that once before already.
So the select board, with agreement of the applicant, can extend the decision deadline under the 43D permitting process. So that's a little bit separate from our process, and I imagine that decision by them and the applicant will hinge upon what we decide tonight.
Yep, I suspect that if we are able to pretty much nail down what we want said in the decision, and it's all that remains is a matter of the exact wording, that might be taken as being sufficiently close that we could finalize it in 1 week. And the select board, I believe, has a meeting on Tuesday next week, so the timing on that, if the select board needs to wait on their part until we have a finalized decision, that could all still work with 1 more week of delay. I don't see any reason offhand. I tend to agree with Bob that it would be best for us to vote on the wording as it is going to appear. We don't usually like to leave wordsmithing up until after our vote, with a few exceptions. We occasionally do it when it's pretty clear what's needed. In this case, it's probably best for us to vote on the exact wording of the decision. And if we reach substantive agreement and all that remains to be done is wordsmithing, I mean, it's up to the applicant to decide how they want to, whether they're willing to agree to another week.
The applicant has as much interest as the board does in making sure the decision says what everybody believes it's going to say, that we've talked about. What we're interested in is whether we have the quantum of votes for approval of something that we've been talking about. If we had a sense of that, then getting it right, as I said, makes good sense for everybody. But we really kind of need to know that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I had in mind, was that we know, we basically know what the decision is going to be, and we just want to make sure that the wording reflects what we all understand and what we all agree on. But yes, I think if after tonight you have no idea whether we're going to approve or disapprove, that's kind of a problem. I think it's a problem for us too.
Yeah, it is.
I think we should at the very least end up tonight with a pretty clear sense of where we're going to go with this. Any other thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's pretty clear how it was pretty good agreement all the way through all the discussions. My sense is that we'll end up with language that we can get at least 4, probably 5 votes for.
All right, so with that said, there's still a motion on the floor to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none. Justin?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Linda?
Aye.
Prabhu?
Aye.
And Dave votes aye. Motion carried unanimously. We don't turn into pumpkins at 10 o'clock.
Yes, we do.
Or if we do, we're a bunch of pumpkins sitting around the table. Okay, so we have discussed the conditions that we discussed earlier tonight. And although there is some wording details to be worked out, I think we know where those are going to go. Chris pointed out a while ago, there's a waiver for us to act on, and that's the waiver of the parking.
Yes, and I believe that may be something substantive that the board may wish to consider tonight. So the reserve parking waiver is in regards to reducing the overall parking that's required. As reserve parking, it is still included on the plans. It's not developable land, but it reduces the overall coverage of the property. It's held in reserve. The board does have the ability, if they find that it is required, to have that then implemented.
I want to say, I think I recall, whether I want to say it or not, I will say it. Funny way to put it. I want to say, yes. My recollection is that we did discuss the reserve parking some months back, and my recollection is that the board was agreeable to that. So, but there is a formality
it is a formal waiver request that we should issue.
there is a formality of voting on the waiver request.
I don't recall anyone being opposed.
Correct.
That ought to cover that base.
So a motion to approve that waiver might be in order.
So moved.
You're wanting to enact elements of the decision at this point, Dave? I thought we were going to decide on the language and write it up.
I mean, yeah, so that's an alternative. We can, I mean, just informally, I think we're all agreed that, and so if we want to, and yes, we could just to be consistent, we could reserve all voting to a next meeting.
Because voting requires language.
Withdraw my motion.
So let's say that it can be assumed that the board will vote in favor of the waiver.
Yes, I think I don't think there's any objection.
All right, if that's sufficient for everybody's purposes, then yeah, I mean, if we don't take any actual votes tonight, we do want the applicant to leave here with a sense of how we are going to vote. So I was going to say, are there any other conditions we want to discuss? But that's sort of taking things, it's kind of taking things backwards, because the findings are typically the first part of the decision.
Yeah.
Except to the extent that our vote on a finding may depend upon a condition. In other words, the finding is satisfied only in the presence of certain conditions. So if we want to, and I don't really know how I want to approach this, but we could approach this by going back over the findings, and for any finding for which we already have enough information to determine our finding, great. If a particular finding we think depends upon a condition that we have yet to determine or agree upon, then we can sort of revisit the condition or the finding. But for lack of a better, but unless anybody has a better idea, let's start going through the findings.
Now, which are we looking at? We're looking at exhibit what?
The one on the screen. This is what I've pulled up is my March 25th findings. I don't believe there was any edits from the applicant in terms of the findings. So those are similar across all the exhibits, but just for ease of reference, I'm pulling up the March 25th draft.
Well, wouldn't it be? Wouldn't one size fit all if we took the edited one that was submitted in the last day or so?
They're the same in terms of the findings that are proposed.
Yeah, but we're going to get down to the other part too, where there are edits. Exhibit 134.
Yeah, this one will be missing only the hours of operation condition.
Well,
that's good.
Which one? Which one, Dave?
Exhibit 134.
Right. Let's see, findings. No.
It may be a practical issue. I think I may only sent the planner a PDF version of the one I sent today, so it may not be editable. So if you're trying to edit and he's trying to transcribe, that could be a challenge.
Yeah, You're right, that is a PDF, at least the one that's posted.
Right.
So yeah, you're right. In terms of an editable document, the March 25th draft is the one that you were able to edit, Chris.
If I could be so bold as to make a suggestion, if you go through the findings and you're able to conclude that at least 4 of the 5 members are going to support each one of these findings, then that would seem to lead to a point in which you conclude that the findings are appropriate for the grant of a permit subject to the right conditions. If we get to that point and all 5 members indicate that that's where they believe they are, we're willing to give you additional time to write the conditions the right way so that we know what they say, you know what they say, and we make sure everybody's clear on it rather than trying to keep drafting at this hour.
Yeah, so I mean so the idea there would be mainly for us to go through the conditions, and yes, if we get down through all the conditions, the findings, I mean.
That's why I don't want to draft now.
It is getting late. But yeah, so if we focus on that, and there may be, other than some wording to clarify things, there may not be anything else we need to do on the conditions, because we've talked a lot about those already. And basically, we've discussed the conditions pretty much as though the permit was going to be approved. What we don't know yet about the approval is whether we're going to have favorable findings to support the approval. And so that's probably the most important thing to you tonight.
It's going to get us to the point that we can end tonight. Mr. McGoldrick and I can do what we do during daylight hours, and we can probably move this thing along in some fashion.
Unless there's an objection, let's move forward and look at the findings, review the findings.
Is the wording on finding 5 and finding 6 specifically regarding the above referenced findings are typical? I'm trying to remember right
Where are you looking?
5 F6.
F6. Well, do we need to talk about any up to 6?
Let's
take
them one by one.
I think procedurally it would be good to just go through the findings one by one.
Yes.
I will read them, and at the end, we can actually have I would, rather than a straw vote, there have been instances where the board takes a formal vote on the findings, since those are substantively written at this time, and then we can review the conditions at a later time. If that's amenable, I'll start with F1.
Yeah, so let's just start. We'll take the findings one by one.
That the application for special permit is being sought to construct a warehouse and distribution facility on approximately 26 acres of the existing 182.6 acre property located at 244 Worcester Street. The applicant, per the submitted narrative, proposes operational activities to include warehousing and industrial shipping distribution. Inventory will be stored and prepared for shipment within the warehouse and ultimately shipped out for delivery from the facility.
On that, just to say out loud, GIS does say it is area 193.59 for Grafton.
GIS is not trustworthy in that.
Okay, just calling it out.
If that figure came from the property deed, that's the one. That's the one to rely on. Yeah, some of us have spent enough time comparing GIS and other plans to realize that GIS is not 100% accurate.
Yeah, I think what's in our GIS is somebody with a digitizer digitizing a map, and that may or may not be precise. In fact, it isn't always precise. You can see that a lot of places.
Yeah.
Okay. We can move on.
Finding F2, that the site is located within office light industrial and priority development site overlay district zoning districts. Light industrial uses such as warehousing as provided in section 3.2.3.1 of the Grafton zoning bylaw may be permitted, and the office light industry OLI and industrial I zoning districts upon the issuance of a special permit and site plan approval by the Grafton Planning Board. Finding F3, that the number of employees is 180 estimated on the largest shift and 300 estimated total. That the hours of operation will be 24-hour a day, 7 days a week, with light shifts on Saturday and Sunday. Delivery vehicles will primarily be tractor trailers.
Does that need to be modified?
Yeah, that one I do have a little problem with. I think that that's where we have to have the restricted hours put in.
Or we could modify the finding to say the hours as proposed by the applicant. Not that the hours will be, but the hours are proposed to be. Because that's something that, yeah, that finding is stating what the applicant stated in their application. We could have a subsequent, we could also have a finding that said something more like what Linda was going after.
So in order to adjust that, I would recommend language that the number of employees is 180 estimated on largest shift and 300 estimated total, that the hours of operation will be 24-hour a day, 7 day a week with light shifts on Saturday and Sunday, subject to the hours, the restricted hours as proposed in condition, and cite the relevant condition.
And are you going to leave that last sentence in too?
Yeah, delivery vehicles will primarily be tractor trailers.
Sounds good to me.
Yep, that works.
Finding F4, that the applicant has proposed to include 200 parking spaces out of a total 666 spaces as reserved parking. And that will be the portion that is subject to the reserved parking waiver.
Should you reference where reserved parking is defined? You know, there's a place in the bylaw where we actually talk about reserved parking.
ZBO 4252.
Yeah, maybe you should just pick that up so that it's okay.
Yep.
Okay. How about F5? Yeah, there
Findings
we go.
F5, that determinations regarding the above referenced findings are based upon the plans identified in this decision, as well as the information submitted and presented in association with the application. And that's a standard condition, or finding. That determinations regarding the above referenced findings are predicated on the satisfactory maintenance of the site in accordance with this decision, as well as all applicable federal, state, and local regulations, except where modified by this decision. And I will capitalize the F in federal. F7, that during the public hearings, the board received testimony, verbal and written, including, I would actually propose to remove this, as we have received updated summary of the public process, and cite the exhibit from, provided by the chairman.
Instead of the whole A, or I don't know what you,
So I would remove, so that during the public hearings, the board received testimony, verbal and written, as summarized in exhibit, let me look at the number.
100 and something.
100 and something.
Exhibit 1,491,283.
But specifically referencing the summary by, prepared by the chairman of the planning board.
Okay.
That section 1332 of the ZBL requires the procedure for site plan review as defined in the zoning bylaw be incorporated into the procedure for reviewing special permits. F9, that section 1333 of the ZBL defines the procedure for site plan review, including description of the plans, materials to be submitted to the planning board. The board further finds that section 1334 of the ZBL allows an applicant to request waivers from certain requirements of site plan review procedure. F10, that pursuant to section 1334 of the ZBL, the applicant has not requested waivers from the requirements for preparing site plans as listed in section 1333. And just to clarify on that point, the waiver request for reserve parking is separate from that section.
It's not a request for a waiver of the site plan requirements.
Correct. Finding F11 with regard to section 155A of the ZBL, that based upon the findings stated within this decision, ingress and egress to the property and proposed structures thereon with particular reference to automotive and pedestrian safety and convenience, traffic flow and control, and access in case of fire or catastrophe are or are not adequate.
I think we said that this, to be a positive finding on this, I think doesn't have to include with the conditions.
Yeah, that's sort of, that's.
In other words, this is not, this doesn't satisfy 155A unless we get, unless we have all the conditions that we're talking about.
So maybe the wording for this should be something, and that's kind of the same thing I was thinking, Bob, that this finding would be, we could say, are adequate provided that all of the conditions of this decision are met, or we could enumerate specific conditions. But I think, yeah, right. See, the idea is that this finding can only be a favorable finding if the conditions that we've decided, that we've imposed, are met. I don't exactly know what the best wording is for that.
This decision imposes conditions which make it adequate.
Yeah. So however exactly we wanted to word that. And again, if we're willing to put off the wordsmithing, do we agree, do we find, or will we find that for F11 it is adequate provided all the conditions are met? Is that the right way to ask the question, Bob?
Yeah. There's the, okay, what are the conditions? Well, we agree with the conditions, but that's probably good enough.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that, we can either make it kind of a catch-all and say, only if all the conditions are met will we find this adequate, or we could go to the trouble of trying to enumerate which conditions make this adequate.
I don't think we should be trying to do that here. Then the particular with regard to stated that within this decision, ingress
May I make a statement?
under the are adequate under the conditions. Yeah, do we need to decide how to say that, or can?
I think Attorney Donahue may have a suggestion here.
If you go up at the beginning of Roman numeral 3 findings at the introductory paragraph that ends with the colon.
Yes.
Make the following findings provided that all conditions set forth in this decision are complied with.
No, that's a good way.
And it covers all findings.
To cover all the findings, basically to effectively incorporate the conditions into the findings.
Let's do that and
That sounds simple enough.
move on. Declare victory.
Good. So with that, let's go back to finding 11. Did we agree that with the conditions that we would find favorably on this?
We'll see the conditions, but I think yes. I don't want. I'm not sure whether we should vote on this part tonight. Not seeing the conditions, but I think we can indicate that we're good with it, assuming that no big problems come up with the conditions.
Right. Assuming the wording is ultimately consistent with what we discussed tonight. Yeah, this isn't. Yeah, I'm not calling for an actual vote. I'm just I want to get
Maybe
it.
the way to phrase it is if the board has concerns that they do not feel conditions could address, now would be the time to bring
Yes.
those up.
But we're not looking at conditions now.
I think my sense is that we can say that subject to the review of the exact wording with what Attorney Donahue has suggested, basically all of the findings are contingent upon all the conditions being met. Without enumerating that, just catch all of the conditions. So if
But
all the conditions that
That's
we have.
forward reference to something that's not defined, Dave,
Yeah,
at this point. If we hold off an actual vote until after, we can indicate that that's where we're going.
yeah.
We ought to actually know what conditions we're talking about before we vote them, just in case.
Yeah, so let's say tentatively, at this point, tentatively, we think we're going to find adequate on this one,
Yeah, and that was F what?
F11.
Yeah, because the same thing's going to happen here.
I'm not
12 is the same story.
I'm not sure we're moving toward where I gotta be candid. And at some point, what I need makes a difference. I need to know whether this board's gonna grant the special permit. I'm not asking you to take a vote. You could take a poll of the members as to whether they see any reason based upon the conditions as outlined, assuming they're drafted as discussed, whether there's any reason to vote no. But I need an indication that we're through.
Yeah, and I think maybe what Bob is suggesting is that we're going to go through everything tonight, and by the time we're done tonight, reviewing the decision, discussing the conditions, we will then know what the conditions are going to be, and if there are no surprises, we can take our sense now. Our sense now is that although we haven't talked about the conditions yet we haven't gone through all the conditions. But and I think I sense a reluctance on Bob's part to really commit to a position on finding 11 until we've just gone through all the conditions tonight. But if that's the way we want to approach it, then let's make our way through this as quickly as we can and then come back to resolving the questions on the findings in the interest of actually reaching a point tonight that's going to be useful for going forward.
Yes.
Let's do that. To me, it sounds a little bit like sort of putting things off, but if it's helpful for us to discuss these, kind of note our reservations, and then when we get to the end, revisit those reservations and clear that up. That we got to do tonight.
Okay, let's do it.
I think we're going to get there. I think we've talked about 11. I think 12 is the same story.
So F12, with regard to section 155B of the ZBL, that based upon the findings stated within this decision, off-street parking and loading areas where required, and the economic noise, glare, and or odor effects of the special permit on adjoining properties and properties generally in the district are or are not satisfactory.
Got an extra letter in there.
Yep.
Between not and satisfactory.
So again, what's our sense on this?
Anyway, yes. Anyway, same story.
All right. So again, tentatively, we're going to find that it is satisfactory once we get through discussing all the conditions.
Okay. How about 13?
With regard to section 155C of the ZBL, that based upon findings stated within this decision, refuse collection or disposal in service areas are or are not satisfactory.
I don't think we have any issues there, do we?
Yeah, I think this one I can be comfortable with this without worrying about the conditions.
Yes.
F14, with regard to section 155D of the ZBL, that based upon the findings stated within this decision, screening and buffering with reference to type, dimensions, and character are or are not adequate.
This one is somewhat dependent on the conditions. So the
Yeah.
same story.
I think that again is what we're just saying to put at the top about all the conditions are met.
Section
About
or,
15.
F15, with regard to section 155E of the zoning bylaw, that based upon the findings stated within this decision, signs and exterior lighting with reference to glare, traffic safety, economic effect is or is not compatible and in harmony with properties in the district.
Traffic safety,
Yeah, traffic safety, that touches on the conditions again.
yes. About 16.
With regard to section 155F of the ZBL, that based upon the findings stated within this decision, the required yards or other open space requirements are or are not adequate and have met the requirements of the zoning bylaw.
I think that's true. Isn't it?
Yeah. No,
How about 17?
With regard to section 155G of the zoning bylaw, that the proposed use as presented in the exhibit stated within this decision and by the applicant during the public hearing is or is not generally compatible with adjacent properties and properties in the district.
That's condition, consistent with decision conditions.
With regard to section 155H of the ZBL, that upon satisfying and complying with all applicable Board of Health requirements and based upon the findings stated within this decision, there will or will not be any significant adverse impact on any public or private water supply.
I think will not is the answer here, and I don't think that depends on the conditions.
Yeah. How about 19?
With regard to section 155I of the zoning bylaw, the subject property is not located within the water supply protection overlay district. Upon satisfying and complying with all applicable Board of Health requirements and based upon the findings stated within this decision, there will or will not be any significant or cumulative impact upon municipal water supplies.
Will not.
With regard to section 155J of the zoning bylaw, based upon findings stated within this decision, protection of important historic, cultural, and scenic landscapes with regard to the proposed development is or is not satisfactory. No material was submitted to address these issues, and no public input was received.
Is
Satisfactory.
That
21.
Go ahead. Sorry?
21?
21.
That pursuant to section 3322B of the zoning bylaw, the applicant has requested waivers, and this is to be amended to reflect the reserved parking requirements. We can include this and note that it was withdrawn.
It's no longer part of the application. Do we need a finding?
I think the cleanest way forward would be that pursuant to section 3322B of the zoning bylaw, the applicant requested waivers from the maximum height requirement as listed in section 3232 of the zoning bylaw to allow for maximum building height of 45 feet. That request has been withdrawn by the applicant.
And then you will add a finding for the reserve parking waiver?
Yeah. Which would be similar, that pursuant to section, I know you cited it, it was
Same.
4252.
4252 of the zoning bylaw, that the applicant has requested a waiver from reserved parking requirements. And then I'll specifically put those counts of 200 spaces.
Yep. And then that's the end of the findings.
Yes.
Any other findings that we need to add? I can't think of anything, but. And the waivers, we discussed those earlier. So we can then advance.
I'm sorry, my mind is going a little bit slower than that process. Do we want a finding that explicitly states that the use is not advertised to be the ITE 155, 1556 in the findings?
That's stated in the
It's,
conditions.
right, it's sufficient. I mean, earlier in the findings, it does describe sort of in general terms.
Yes.
And and I think what we've spelled out in the proposed condition is, yeah, I don't think that needs to be included in a finding.
Okay, we can move on then.
All right.
Are we gonna just continue the same way here?
Yep, let's keep going. Waivers we've already discussed. Conditions, I mean, most,
So standard conditions, this special permit SP 2021-05 and site plan approval specifically authorize the construction, should be, of a warehouse and distribution facility on approximately 26 acres of which 26 acres of the existing 182.6 acre property located at 244 Worcester Street, the principal use of which will be warehousing and industrial shipping distribution. Inventory will be stored and prepared for shipment within the warehouse and ultimately shipped out for delivery from the facility as described within the above referenced exhibits and findings of this decision.
Should we mention the ITE category here instead of the more general warehousing and industrial shipping distribution, or in addition, you know, as a further refinement of those terms?
well, I think we could, but I think condition 2 covers that territory.
Yeah.
Oh,
Condition 2, it's
that's
a
where we
little,
put, okay.
it's a little bit of a repetition of condition 1 to an extent, because condition 2 just gets into more specificity about what this approval is specifically for.
Mm-hmm.
So 2, this approval is specifically for a conventional warehouse use and shall not be construed to apply to a high cube fulfillment center warehouse or a parcel hub fulfillment center as specifically defined by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, ITE, under ITE Land Use Code 155 or ITE Land Use Code 156. These facilities generally serve as freight forwarders for the time-sensitive shipments of consumer goods and or air freight and ground carriers, hereafter collectively Parcel Hub, and are specifically excluded from this approval because traffic volumes and makeups may conflict with this approval. Use of the facility as a Parcel Hub shall be considered a modification of this special permit and site plan approval, and such requests shall be filed and reviewed in accordance with the procedure specified in section 1.5 of the zoning bylaw. Such requests shall, at a minimum, be accompanied by an amended traffic study or evaluation as a specialized warehouse type as identified in the ITE standards.
Okay. Up in the first line after conventional warehouse, could we put in the particular ITE codes that we are allowing or including in this?
Yes, I think we can do that.
Yes. There's at least one. I think there may be 3.
I thought I read 2 when I was looking at the doc I submitted, but 2 that were not the excluded ones. Either way, yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay, but we should we might as well, unless there's some problem, put those in. Okay?
Yep.
My only thought that might make that a potential problem is if the ITE revises one of those codes to split out into subcategories or something along those lines, that could be a little more restrictive based on that change. I don't know. That could just be presumed to be the ITE as of the decision time.
Yes, I think maybe that would be good to put in here. You know, ITE standard, blah, 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 dated so-and-so.
Yeah.
Or they identify version.
The ITE list that Justin sent out earlier today has has, one, two, three, four categories of warehouse that have comparable trip generation percentages.
Right. That's what I said. So let's, we agreed we should include that.
Yep.
Okay. Can we move on?
The work authorized by this special permit shall be solely for the purposes as stated within the findings and conditions of this decision. Changes to the application presented in this application may be made only upon authorization from the planning board. Such authorization shall only be granted provided the board finds that any change requested by the applicant is not substantially different than the application presented within the exhibits of this decision and is consistent with the intent and purpose of this decision. Requests for such changes shall be submitted in writing to the planning board.
Looks good.
Construction of improvements shown on the plans approved as part of this decision is subject to approval by the Grafton Conservation Commission. If such order of conditions and/or permits require substantial modifications to any of the plans approved by the planning board, the board may, upon its determination, require a modification of this decision if it finds, I'll edit that, that the proposed changes are substantial in nature and of public concern and substantially alter the plans and information used in making this decision.
That's pretty standard.
Yep. We are in the standard conditions section. So signage for and associated with the use authorized by this decision shall be installed in accordance with and conform to section 4.4 of the Town of Grafton zoning bylaw unless the applicant obtains specific authorization from the planning board or zoning board of appeals in accordance with the provisions of the ZBL. This decision shall not be construed as approving or authorizing any such signage.
Good.
In accordance with section 158 of the ZBL, this special permit and site plan approval shall lapse within 2 years from the date of expiration of the appeal period if substantial use or construction has not commenced, except in accordance with the law. Any request for an extension of said period of validity shall be considered a modification of the special permit and site plan approval, and such request shall be filed and reviewed in accordance with the procedure specified in section 1.5 of the zoning bylaw and MGL chapter 40A section 9.
You're gonna drop out the Ben has not commenced,
Yes.
the way you read it.
Yep. This special permit and site plan approval shall not take effect until the decision has been recorded at the Worcester Registry of Deeds, WDRD, and provided the planning board and the building department with a copy of such recording, including the Worcester District Registry of Deeds book and page number and/or instrument number.
Good.
By recording the special permit and site plan approval decision in the Worcester District Registry of Deeds, the applicant agrees to and accepts the conditions set forth in this special permit and site plan approval decision.
Good.
The planning board reserves the right pursuant to section 1511 of the zoning bylaw to utilize the services of a professional engineer and/or landscape architect in reviewing any materials required to be submitted as conditions of this decision and conducting any inspections or other work associated with the construction of the development. In accordance with the applicable sections of the ZBL, any fees or expenses associated with such reviews and inspections shall be the responsibility of the applicant. Such inspections or reviews will not be conducted if a zero or negative balance exists in any account established by the planning board for the purposes stated in this condition.
And what happens if they're not conducted?
Then the money is returned to the applicant, the unused portion.
No. If there isn't any money to conduct it, then does that just mean that we don't get our review and we move on?
So if there's no money in the account, the applicant will not be able to receive the peer review and proceed with the construction of their project.
Okay. Ken.
The planning board reserves the right to require the submission of an as-built plan prepared by a professional engineer if it is determined upon inspection by either the board or its agent and prior to the issuance of an occupancy permit that the project was not constructed as shown on the approved plans.
does an as-built, I guess there isn't a general requirement for an as-built for, building permits and whatnot, is there?
Not for building permits, but this is a standard condition that we require as-built plans for all planning board projects.
I think we get as-built maybe when the town builds stuff. But, okay. 11.
Any inability, failure, or refusal by the applicant to comply with the requirements of this special permit when notified of failure of compliance shall be grounds for the immediate denial of building, construction, or occupancy permits with respect to this project.
Should that also, you can deny a permit you haven't issued yet, but can occupancy permits be suspended or revoked?
So the building department reviews occupancy permits in terms of being able to remove those. That may be, I'm not sure in terms of compliance with the special permit where that falls. Typically, in terms of the planning board process and the conditions, typically the occupancy permit is one of the last bites at the apple.
Well, everything else that you list there shall be grounds for the immediate denial of building permit. The building inspector denies building permits. Denying construction or permits, the building inspector does. Denial of occupancy permits, the building inspector does. So withdrawal or suspension of occupancy permits would be something the building inspector does. And I think it makes sense to include in here.
Yes, I believe that's what this condition is incorporating.
Well, I don't think it is. It's you're talking about denying denying an occupancy permit, and I'm distinguishing the issuance of an occupancy permit from down the line after the permit has been issued and perhaps exercised, and then things happen. The permit could be suspended or whatever steps the building inspector can
Correct.
do.
So the denial of building, construction, or occupancy permits ultimately would be the purview of the building inspector, and this condition is what is an added measure to apply that enforcement technique.
I've said it twice. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. There's a difference between the initial, I'm suggesting that there's a difference between the initial issuance by the building inspector of an occupancy permit and some action relative to occupancy permits later on when some events dictate it. I don't know whether that last case is fully covered by this language.
This is language we've always used, though.
But we have the possibility of changes in use and so on. This goes to the ability to enforce down the line, and wanting to be sure that we have what we have. Maybe the applicant can tell me why I'm wrong or tell us how this works out.
Our building permits or construction or occupancy permits, is there ever a time when those are suspended or revoked?
Not in Go ahead. So in terms of enforcement of, the planning board cannot direct, my understanding is they cannot direct the zoning enforcement officer, the building inspector, to revoke an occupancy permit. However, you know, if there's a specific reason and the building inspector needs to enforce this condition, if there's a finding that their operation is in violation of these conditions, he is empowered to do so by this condition.
Chris, none of this is within our power.
Not,
We don't have the
not
power
within the planning board's
to-
power, it is within the building inspector's power.
All of these actions in 11 are by the building inspector.
Correct.
And I don't see why, I don't see why, we can't remove any ambiguity about the future of that. This doesn't say the planning board can do it. It says shall be grounds for. The grounds are given, in this case, are for the building inspector to act. And we're saying that these shall be grounds for those things to happen. I don't know.
This touches on a subject that comes up every so often, is the enforcement of special permit conditions.
Yes.
And so the concern here, I think, that Bob's expressing is not unique to this particular situation. It addresses a question that often comes up about the effective enforcement of the conditions of a special permit. And the question here is, while we include as a condition that at the time of application for a building construction or occupancy permit, if it is known that the applicant is not in compliance with a special permit, it's sort of in the building inspector's, as the zoning enforcement officer and thus the person with the authority to enforce the conditions of a special permit, is basically in effect instructed to deny these permits if it is known that the conditions have not been complied with. The open question is, the uncertainty here, I think that Bob's getting to, is that by the same token, you know, where we have language that says you shouldn't issue the building permit, if subsequent to the issuance of the building permit, if the applicant is found to be not in compliance with special permit, shouldn't the building inspector be able to use this as grounds for revoking a permit or suspending a permit? I don't know the answer to that. We've never really talked about that.
This might not be the time, though.
Well, this is an important. I don't think it adds anything to the applicant's burden, and I feel we need to have as strong a decision as we can, given how concerned everyone is.
Can we propose that this condition include suspension or revocation as alternative denial? Have that reviewed by town council to see if that's, if any of this is appropriate. I mean, we've had this condition in forever. We've been doing this all the time.
So with all due respect, I think in terms of enforcement of the conditions and specific enforcement of these permits, that's the purview of staff and the town departments. One of those methods would be the building inspector. There's a number of ways to enforce this, and I think this condition sufficiently empowers the town and town staff to require compliance if needed in the future.
This discussion is more on a specific method of enforcement. If the enforcement authority is clear regardless of what this particular condition says, then we're kind of spinning our wheels.
Well, I'm not satisfied. I'd like to hear actually from the building inspector as to about this.
I mean, it would be his purview if the conditions are not met to issue a cease and desist, and then it would go to land court in terms of enforcement.
Can you follow up on this with staff tomorrow morning, Chris?
Yes.
So to get a more definitive answer. We're speculating a little bit, and certainly I don't know. I think that the sense is that we want to make sure that we have adequate enforcement mechanisms.
Or that we don't have a hole that leaves a way around for someone.
Do we want to move on?
I don't think
Not
we can
anywhere
make any
here.
more progress on that particular topic.
Conditions to be met prior to the start of construction. Unless modified by this decision, the site shall be developed, constructed, and maintained in accordance with all applicable federal, state, and local regulations. And as shown on the plan presented within the exhibits of this decision, all required permits and approvals shall be secured by the applicant at the appropriate stage of construction, and copies of all pertinent documents regarding said permits and approvals shall be filed with the planning board in a timely manner.
Looks like a typo on the third line.
Yeah,
Shown on the
Noted. Condition 13, prior to the commencement of work, a pre-construction meeting shall occur with representatives from the applicant and appropriate town departments / boards. The applicant shall contact the planning department to arrange the pre-construction meeting. A revised plan set addressing design of off-site improvements as shown in exhibits 57, 65, 75, and 76 shall be provided to the planning department for their review and approval in advance of scheduling the above-mentioned meeting. Site work and foundation work may be commenced by the applicant after the pre-construction meeting and prior to the issuance of a final access permit from Mass DOT.
14.
Condition 14, prior to the start of any construction activity on the site, an initial inspection of erosion control site stabilization measures shall be performed by agents of both the Planning Board and Conservation Commission in the presence of a representative of the applicant developer, and notice of such inspection forwarded to both boards. No construction activity shall occur on the site until the earlier of the applicant developer receives written authorization from both the Planning Board and the Conservation Commission regarding the adequacy of the initial erosion control and site stabilization measures, or the expiration of 21 days from the applicant notifying the Planning Board and Conservation Commission that the site is ready for inspection. The Planning Board reserves the right to require additional erosion control site stabilization measures at any time during the construction process should the Planning Board, Conservation Commission, or their agents deem such measures necessary. The applicant developer shall be notified in writing of the necessity for such additional measures and shall complete all such requirements within 10 days of receiving said notice or other time as may be agreed upon by both the Planning Board and Conservation Commission.
Mm-hmm.
The applicant shall provide a landscaping plan to the Planning Department for administrative review and approval as presented to the board during the public hearing. Such plan shall include, at a minimum, details regarding existing and proposed vegetative buffering to reduce impacts of noise off-site and provide an enhanced visual aesthetic to the site. The town reserves the right to conduct a site inspection of the lot to verify that the approved landscaping has been properly installed and remains healthy. If plant material has failed, either by death or disease, within 12 to 24 months of initial planting, we should decide which one of those it is. New material shall be installed at the expense of the applicant and/or owner. All work to replace plant material will be done to to the satisfaction of the planning department, this condition shall also be extended to landscaping associated with the off-site improvements referenced in condition 13 of this decision.
So you say we should decide whether it's 12 or
Between
24.
12 or 24 months, so a 1 year or 2 year, in terms of the, not insurance, I'm gonna blank on the term.
24.
For it, but
24?
I'm trying to remember what we've done in a few other cases where we've had specific concerns
So
about the survival of the landscape, and I think I can remember some concerns being raised about it. If we 12 months may be too short a period to, say in some plants, some plantings may look good for the first 12 months, and then in the second 12 months they go bad.
Yeah.
So I think we've done 24 months in the past.
Remember that this is right on 122 with the state plowing and salting and all of that, so
Yes.
it's a fairly vulnerable area. I say 24.
I'd agree with 24.
I do too.
conditions to be met during construction, final design of off-site improvements to Route 122 Worcester Street, Maplewood Drive, and site access as shown on exhibits 57, 65, 75, and 76 shall be conducted in coordination with MassDOT, the town's peer review engineers, and the DPW. The board may, upon its determination, require a modification of this decision if it finds that proposed changes to exhibits 57, 65, 75, and 76 are substantial in nature from the information provided in exhibits 57, 65, 75, and 76 and of public concern, and or substantially alter the plans and information used in making this decision. And we'll edit the fines to be that word.
If you don't look at it closely, it looks like fines. Everybody okay with that one?
17.
Hours of construction and site work shall occur only Monday through Saturday between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. There shall be no construction activity on Sundays or state and federal holidays.
Okay.
18. All construction vehicles and vehicles of all workers are to be parked on site and shall not impede traffic along Route 122, Worcester Street, or Maplewood Drive at any time.
Yep.
19.
Yep.
All site construction, development, and improvements shall be inspected at the appropriate stages of construction by the planning board or its agent upon request made by the applicant to the planning board or its agent in accordance with any policies for such requests. 20. All grading and construction shall be performed in accordance with the approved plans as well as all applicable federal, state, and local regulations, and shall be accomplished so as not to discharge any pollutants or siltation into waterways or resource areas during construction and after completion from the site and its associated improvements. 21. During clearing operations, all efforts will be taken to retain trees within the development. Trees along the limits of work and adjacent to the roadway shall be examined during site inspections for being preserved where grading changes are minimal.
Is there something also in some of the submissions about that?
Can you expand on that?
I seem to remember some words about preserving trees and so on.
Oh, that was on a median strip. That's between Maplewood and.
No, but I thought also on the project side of the road, there was some discussion of that.
There is an area of trees in between the site and developments to the east, Donahue Lane and the Hollywood Gardens area. There is a substantial stand of trees, and there was some concern about those trees being removed. Those trees are not, to my recollection, within the project area. They're adjacent to it, but not within it.
They're in the island, which is in the state right of way or state layout.
Right, that's another one. There's the island between Maplewood and Worcester Street. There are those trees that have been the subject of discussion recently. Farther back, there was on the north side of Worcester Street, there was some trees in between this site and, you know, Donahue Lane. Those are the only two groups of trees that I can remember having been discussed during this process.
And of particular note, this could, in particular condition is during clearing operations, which is not affected either of those areas.
Yeah, but off the top of my head, I don't know if there are any clearing operations associated with this project.
Well, they're going to take down some stuff along Worcester Street to build the front yard. Aren't there some vegetation? Maybe not a lot, but
So yeah, so this.
I don't know what it makes a difference.
So this condition typically is what's done during the pre-construction phase is we will walk the site during that pre-construction meeting, and we'll review the trees to see if, you know, if there's a location where the grading is minimal and it's likely that we're able to preserve those trees. Those will be marked for protection during construction activities.
Yeah,
I think we're unlikely to find that on this site. Certainly the protection of the Maplewood Ave trees is duly noted. And
yeah, right. There are some trees. I'm just looking at the aerial photo. There appear to be some trees to the west of the western side driveway. Some of those I don't have the project plan superimposed on that, but there may be some tree clearing going on there. There's another group of trees just to the east of the east side driveway. Some of those may possibly be cleared, but I think it's those activities primarily that this condition would be referring to. Yeah.
Shall we go?
Next.
22, upon commencing any construction activity on the site and in accordance with the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, NIPD's Phase 2 requirements, a stormwater pollution prevention plan shall be maintained at all times on the site by the applicant developer. A copy of this document shall be forwarded to the Planning Board, Conservation Commission, and Department of Public Works prior to commencing any construction activity. Conditions to be met after construction. All stormwater management facilities and associated structures, including pipe, loaming, and seeding, shall be completed, and stormwater runoff suitably controlled to the satisfaction of the planning board prior to the issuance of occupancy permits for this development.
Okay, now here we go.
24. The applicant shall provide post-occupancy traffic monitoring studies for the project. The monitoring shall include a review of the traffic counts entering and exiting the two site drives that are related to the development, as opposed to the existing Wyman Gordon facility, and conditions of the intersections identified in the May 13, 2021 report of Vanass Associates Exhibit 3, and shall commence 6 months after initial occupancy of a material portion of the development being in excess of 100 square feet and being renewed on the 3rd and 5th anniversary of said date. The monitoring study shall specifically monitor the direction from which tractor-trailer trucks approach and enter the development site, and similarly the direction that tractor-trailers proceed upon exiting the site. The monitoring study shall compare the existing conditions with the conditions and estimates as reflected in the provided traffic study included as Exhibit 3 of this decision, and associated revisions, supplemental information as provided.
This goes on now with all the rest of this language.
Yes.
The monitoring program is expected to address the following data collection and analysis, to include, but not be limited to, per the discussion of the board, obtaining traffic volume, cars and trucks information over a continuous 7-day, week-long period at the driveways serving the project. Do we want to go through all of these specifics? Yes?
Yes.
Performing manual turning movement and vehicle classification counts at the project east site driveway and west site driveway intersections with Route 122 during the weekday morning, 7 to 9, and weekday evening 4 to 6 p.m. peak hours, conducting a traffic operations analysis for the monitored intersections that shall include reporting of critical movement, demand, delay, level of service, and vehicle queues for the time periods listed above. Evaluate motor vehicle crash data at the project site driveway intersections with the Route 122 for the most recent 1-year period, and perform motor vehicle crash rate calculations for the project site driveway intersections for comparison with pre-construction conditions and the Mass DOT District 3 crash rates for unsignalized intersections.
I think the included but not limited to language goes to the remedies further
Yes.
down and not to what's gonna be tested, so.
Correct.
Right.
That was the intent of the conversation.
Too many bullet lists. And it's too late at night to keep track of which bullet list
The post
is which.
The post-occupancy traffic studies shall be included at the expense of the applicant and shall be subject
Shall be conducted at the expense.
That's what it says. You're getting tired.
shall be subject to appropriate peer review as provided in condition 8 of this decision. In the event the monitoring study demonstrates an increase in peak hour traffic volumes that is directly and predominantly identified as being generated from this project, as opposed to other significant developments in the area or background traffic growth, or from the Wyman Gordon property of a material nature, defined as more than 25% for trailer truck and 10% for passenger vehicles above the estimated peak hour site related traffic volumes as set forth in Exhibit 3, the board may, upon its determination, require the applicant to review and present to the planning board potential mitigation processes or methods that may be considered, and where necessary, the applicant agrees to make applications to appropriate agencies and board to obtain necessary approvals and or to cooperate with such applications if such permits or permissions are necessary to construct or implement the recommendations of the peer reviewer. The board and the applicant acknowledge that some recommendations may exceed the board's authority to permit or impose as a condition such as signalization or other infrastructure improvements within public rights of way, and in such case shall not be binding upon the applicant. Notwithstanding, the applicant agrees to pursue such measures if recommended with reasonable diligence and subject to limitations set forth herein, and this is where we have the included but not limited to.
Such measures may include but not be limited to this list.
What you just said.
Do we need to go through each of these bullets?
Before we move on to this, I just want to make sure we're clear that the performance standards that this monitoring is being measured against are the performance standard, as it says here, the language refers to Exhibit 3, which is the trip generation from the 375,000 square foot warehouse. There are two other trip generation figures that have been involved in this discussion. One is the revised standard based on 332,000 square feet, and then there's the sensitivity analysis numbers based on 300 employees. And so what this condition is referring to is the original estimates based on 375,000 square feet. It's actually slightly more than the 332 is expected to generate, but within the same range roughly.
But wouldn't it be reasonable to use the sensitivity analysis that made it higher, which is what you guys are basing the decision on?
Yeah, that's
why
I raised the point here that
I appreciate that because I mean we did all these studies and we basically agreed to the traffic volume based on the sensitivity analysis that MDM made us agree to. So we shouldn't be then held to a even lower standard.
That's why I wanted to be clear that we're referring to because we've had 3 different trip generation figures used throughout this discussion. The most recent analysis is the sensitivity analysis figures, which is a substantially larger traffic volume. But yes, the mitigation measures that have been proposed, as part of the plan are based on that.
We definitely should update that exhibit number to the sensitivity analysis.
So, and there's an exhibit, there is an appropriate exhibit reference for that.
71.
Yeah. I almost had that at the tip of my tongue, but not quite.
We'll move on.
25, 200 parking spaces out of a total 666 spaces are proposed. There's reserved parking. The board may, upon its determination, require the construction of either a portion or all of the reserved spaces if it finds that such improvements are necessary. The applicant owner may request, upon its determination, construction of either a portion or all of the reserved spaces if it finds that such improvements are necessary. Such request by the applicant owner shall be considered a modification of this special permit and site plan approval and shall be filed and reviewed in accordance with the procedure specified in section 1.5 of the ZBL.
Yeah.
I had a question. Where is the restricted hours? In what condition?
So that is the next one that I will pull up.
Yeah,
It wasn't
that's-
incorporated in the
Right,
draft.
that's the one that's not in this draft.
So we would add this as, I X'd out of it, the next condition. The permitted warehouse shall not have active loading or unloading to or from tractor trailers between the hours of 11 p.m. and 5 a.m., the restricted hours. In the event that one or more particular tenants at the facility require such activities, the tenant shall provide in advance a report to the planning board describing in detail the activities proposed during the restricted hours and the projected number of tractor trailer trips coming to or leaving the facility during the restricted hours. If the total number of tractor trailer trips during the restricted hours is estimated by the tenant to exceed 15, such use during the restricted hours shall be deemed a modification of the special permit and site plan approval and should be filed and reviewed with the procedures specified in section 1.5 of the zoning bylaw. In the event that the projected number of tractor trailer trips during the restricted hours is less than 15, the tenant shall be obligated to provide post-occupancy traffic analyses every 6 months for the first 3 years following commencement of operations of loading and unloading during the restricted hours. The traffic monitoring relative to operations during the restricted hours shall entail obtaining car and truck traffic volume information over a continuous 7-day period during the restricted hours at the driveways servicing the project and segregating from such counts any traffic going to or coming from the Wyman Gordon facility. The post-occupancy traffic studies pertaining to the restricted hours shall be conducted at the expense of the applicant, shall be provided to the planning board, and shall be subject to appropriate peer review as provided in section 8 of this condition. In the event that the monitoring study during the restricted hours demonstrates consistent increase in the number of tractor trailer truck traffic coming to or exiting the project in excess of 15, the board may, on its determination, require the applicant to review and present to the planning board mitigation processes and methods that may be considered or alternatively require that the tenant make application for modification of the special permit and site plan approval. This condition shall not be applicable between October 15th and January 15th of each year.
I should say the wording as it is a little bit uncomfortable because it just, to me, it still reads like the restricted hours are not applicable during October 15th to January 15th. Just as we discussed in the public hearing, I think that warrants some rewording to align with what the applicant has indicated was the intent.
Yeah, that.
I haven't had a chance to unscramble this real well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th line is estimated by the tenant to exceed 15. But then we get down and it's the applicant who's doing something. And 2 or 3 different things going on here. I'm not sure I fully understand how all this operates. And I'm not sure how happy I am about an open-ended, is it an open-ended amount of traffic, October 15th to January 15th?
So the stated intent of the applicant was that the October 15th and January 15th exemption from these restricted hours would only apply to the traffic authorized either by note of the less than 15 or if the board allowed more than 15 of the after hours restricted hours truck traffic.
Does everyone else fully understand this?
No.
Is everyone else happy with it?
I'm not. So there was one more clause there, which was when Lay was asking the question, there was a clarification, right? That there would be no offloading or loading of the tractor trailers during this window. It was only allowing the tractor trailers to come into the facility. That was a clarification that was given. That needs to be added. I guess hearing me, following me?
Yep, I heard you.
Yep. And another part of this, and again, I think this is mainly wordsmithing, but we do need to be clear on the intent that the traffic during the restricted hours, I mean, again, and we went over this in a public hearing, that this language speaks in terms of a tenant. And the intent was for this to apply to the facility as a whole. And so there's a little bit of rewording that needs, so that we clarify that it's not that we're giving each of many tenants 15 vehicles. It's that we're giving all tenants combined.
So if in the 7th line you strike the word tenant, line that begins hours is estimated by the tenant, change it to one or more tenants to exceed 15 and add the phrase from the permitted warehouse.
One or more tenants, can it be all tenants combined? I think that's the way it should be.
That's what it would say.
Yeah, I think describing it as one or more tenants presumes that there may be many tenants, not all of whom need the overnight traffic.
Do we need to write this tonight? I think maybe Chris and the applicant could clean this up to something better for us. I think the general intent, I think, is pretty well.
Right, as long as we understand and agree to what we want it to say, then the words can be tweaked to make it say what we want.
One of the questions.
Still not comfortable with the 15 number.
The 15?
Yeah.
Now is this 15 the overnight arrivals?
Yeah.
The 15.
Loading and unloading of.
It ties to two things. It ties to active loading and unloading between the hours 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. And that active loading and unloading resulting in greater than 15 trips. It's not the random vehicle coming in when there's no loading or unloading.
Yeah, it's the number is 15 tractor trailer trips, and that means some combination of entering and exiting totaling 15. That doesn't mean 15 in and then 15 out.
That's right.
And that's a point that often confuses folks. I know it's confused some of our commenters, me occasionally it's confused. That when we talk about trips in general, we're talking about the combination of entry and exit trips. So this is, and that's to be clear, when we're talking 15 trips here, we're talking about.
Okay, so we're going to clarify that the count is all tenants for the entire facility, that the 15 is tied to regardless of what direction.
Well, 15 come in and they don't leave, then
Right.
you can let.
That works. 15 in and nobody out.
Right.
15 out and nobody in, or any combination in between.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
And
You
that's
clarified
also-
that. Sorry.
Sorry, Dave. to Dave's point of clarification, I was under the impression the 15 was just incoming or outgoing tractor trailers. But does that also include up to 15? There can be loading and offloading of tractor trailers?
I don't think, I thought it ended up not being arriving and leaving, but rather being offloaded and loaded.
The condition starts with the concept that you can't load and unload between 11 and 5.
Right.
If you want to unload between 11 and 5, you need to demonstrate that your total tractor trailer trips during those hours is less than 15. If you're not loading or unloading, the concept is there's no trucks coming for any good purpose. So the count doesn't matter.
Maybe this language could be simplified.
I could certainly work on the language. What I want to make sure is what I understand Mr. McGoldrick and I are being tasked to work on. Clarify that trips are in each direction. Clarify that it's the quantity for the entire facility, not per tenant, the 15.
In each direction, are you saying 15 in and 15 out, or are you saying in both directions combined it's 15?
Both combined.
That's what I thought. This condition shall not be applicable between October 15th and January 15th of each year, meaning what? What else is applicable other instead, if anything?
The limitation on the 15 vehicles is not applicable during that period of time.
During that period, be more vehicles.
Without further review.
As I recall, the discussion on the October to January period had to do with overnight trips that have already been permitted. That is, if no one's requested either under 15 or over 15.
I don't understand what happens between October 15th and January 15th. If this condition is not applicable, then we don't have a procedure for reviewing and maybe okaying more trips. This ought to be about a third of these words and a little more direct.
Yeah. Let me go back to the basics a second. The restricted hours with no loading or unloading, those apply year round. The exception of where a tenant is permitted some traffic during that time, the limit of 15 and the review of greater than 15 is what's intended to be exempt during that period. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, I mean, that last sentence was then refers to this condition.
Dave, I need to break for just 5 minutes. Sorry.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Sorry.
Resume from our recess here. We were in the process of trying to figure out this hours of operation condition, and I think I was starting to say that the very last line, when it refers to this condition, as I understand it, is not meant to refer to the entire thing. So there may be some clarifying language, possibly even dividing this into 2 or more conditions to make it clearer.
Oh, wow. I have no idea what all this is doing.
I can draft it. I don't know where the board's going on it. I just need to know what direction 4 out of 5 members want to take this sentence as it applies in any fashion to the hours of operation. It just,
Sentence, I want the whole, this whole,
you've already asked us to rewrite it. It's not gonna happen tonight.
No.
Neither Mr. McGoldrick or I, right now, know what the will of the board is with regard to the issue. So we can't write it.
So that's kind of, I think this sort of breaks up into three parts. One part is the basic concept of the restricted hours. And as I understand it, I think we're all heading in the direction of saying the restricted hours, the limit on restricted hours without taking into consideration the exceptions that we'll be talking about, but the basic limit on restricted hours is intended to apply 24/7, 365.
and that's someplace up there, right? Up further back.
So that's at the top. That's at the top of these currently two proposed paragraphs. So I'm trying to identify the distinct concepts that we're going after here. So there's the first concept of the restricted hours, no loading and unloading, and that's intended to apply at all times. Then there is the one or more tenants that may require some loading and unloading activities during those restricted hours. And if the sum total of that activity results in no more than 15 total trips, combination of in and out, then the tenant is to report to the planning board, and that's basically it, just to report to the planning board.
Report to the planning board and do the post.
And yes, okay, so that's sort of, that's where the concept starts being divided between two paragraphs. So again, number one, restricted hours, no operations, 24/7, 365. Then there's the option of loading and unloading during the restricted hours resulting in no more than 15 trips. That's a report to the planning board and traffic analysis every 6 months for 3 years. Was that
okay? If it's more than, we take out the tenant up in the first paragraph, we take out the tenant and put in the whole facility. If it exceeds 50, if they want it to exceed 15, then that's a modification of the special permit.
Correct.
If it's less than 15, and again, there's the tenant, and I think we want to be careful about that. Then in order to get less than 15, we get into the monitoring, right?
Correct.
During the period of whatever, the post occupancy to be conducted, right? In the event that the monitoring demonstrates, the board may require to review it, present to the planning board mitigation, require that the enemy. This condition, I don't know, is that the whole, as I think maybe Dave said, is that this whole condition, the whole thing from the top to the bottom, doesn't apply at all during those months? I'm not sure I'm happy about it not applying
right
at all, but at least
it was my impression that during those months, basically the holiday period, that the overnight traffic that would otherwise be 15 or less might be larger than that for the holiday traffic.
That's correct.
without limit.
So that consideration does not apply if there is no traffic during the restricted hours. So that's kind of, so that this has to be clarified. The reference to this condition,
agreed,
at least needs to be clarified that it doesn't apply to that, the first sentence of the first paragraph.
Fully agree.
Right. Are we all in agreement on that? Do we understand it?
what does, explain to me the last sentence, this condition shall not be applicable. What condition?
The condition.
What condition?
The condition that if one is seeking to do restricted hours loading and unloading, you can only have 15 truck trips.
Right.
That doesn't apply during the holiday season.
Right, so
Well-
what doesn't apply during the holiday season is the limit of 15.
That's correct.
Say that again, Dave.
So as the idea is that what does not apply during the holiday season is the limit of 15. And the limit of 15 is the limit below which it is not considered a modification of the special permit. One might ask whether the monitoring provision applies, but the monitoring is every 6 months. And monitoring, if you choose the monitoring times, you're not going to be monitoring during that holiday season. And in fact, because of that consideration for holiday traffic,
Right.
do we want to be clear that we don't expect monitoring to be done during that season? Because that season is expected to be abnormal in terms of traffic. Generally speaking, it's a better idea to monitor traffic under conditions that are representative of the year-round conditions.
Yep. Okay. We can revise that.
So is that reasonably clear? I'm not sure I'm totally clear on it. But
No.
just to reiterate my understanding, the restricted hours with no loading and unloading apply year-round, without exception. The provisions for traffic, for truck trips during the restricted hours, limited to 15, those provisions, I hate to sound repetitive, but I'm trying to make sure I'm clear and that we're all hopefully all clear. So if you're going to do traffic, if you're going to have traffic, if you're going to have traffic during the restricted hours, and that the total traffic, it does not exceed 15, you report to the planning board and you do the monitoring. If the planning board, if the trip estimate exceeds 15, then that becomes a modification of the special permit. If the traffic doesn't exceed 15, there are the monitoring obligations every 6 months, etc., which, as we've just noted, is probably best not done during a season of abnormal traffic. But it is during that holiday period you're allowed to exceed 15 without kicking into the modification process. Is that kind of the right way to look at it?
It is, exactly.
Am I making sense to anybody?
Well, I think it has to be written out far more clearly. I'm concerned about what windows we're opening here. We start off with no active loading or unloading is allowed, and then we start allowing it. By different ways at different times of year, and I'm afraid that we're going to get language that isn't necessarily what we want, or we'll get results that are consequences that we're not understanding. Maybe everyone else understands, but I'd love to have had enough time to really think this through.
I understand, but I don't agree. I'm not able to agree to the October 15th to Jan 15th having no restricted hours. That's what I'm hearing.
Then we'll take
It can be.
We'll take the concept out. We'll live with the 15 regardless of it. That'll be the obligation of the tenant.
Okay.
Is that the October to January you're talking about?
Correct.
Okay. So you're dropping off the last sentence.
Yes.
Correct.
So that.
But I'd like you to maybe recast the language. Maybe paragraphs are our friends.
You just 20 minutes ago you told me make it shorter. Now you're saying paragraphs are our friends.
Yeah, well, but paragraphs don't have to have words.
Oh,
They just break things up into understandable pieces.
Which means you have each paragraph.
It's clearly getting to the witching hour. The concept of October 15th to January 15th will come out of the condition. We will clarify it's the one or more tenants. It will clarify the 15 is from the entire facility. We'll clarify that the monitoring, how that works, and we'll get you that language after Mr. McGoldrick and I have a chance to do it. So
That sounds good to me. What else do we need to do?
you've essentially gone through you've essentially gone through the entire decision. I think you can approve with the conditions as reviewed with instructions to staff to draft it, and in accordance with the changes as suggested. Mr. McGoldrick and I will work on that. And tomorrow I'll send you an extension until next week. But I think you can vote tonight.
I'm not sure what vote you want. You want an approval or a agreement? And
You just spent an hour going through the entire decision. There's nothing else to do. What it's going to say, you now know.
Yeah. So one of the things we kind of left hanging was we said, but there were some reservations about the findings pending review of the conditions. So now we've reviewed all the conditions.
Right. So you've reviewed it from stem to stern. There's nothing. It's time to make a decision, and you'll have time to see what that decision comports to your language, because I'm going to give you more time if you vote.
Did you have something, Justin?
what good is seeing it if it's wrong and we've already approved it?
You haven't approved it. What you've said is you approved the special permit with the conditions as discussed this evening, subject to staff's rewriting based upon the discussion of this evening and the board's approval of that language. You don't always have a decision in front of you to vote on.
No,
Yes,
we never. No, we don't.
No, you don't.
We often say direct staff. We close it.
No, we direct staff to draft a decision. We don't approve a decision that staff hasn't drafted.
You're
Justin, did you have something?
Let's move on.
All right. Yeah, so it's at this point, it's sort of a procedural question. And we had previously sort of provisionally said we were okay with the findings, waiting for now we've reviewed all the conditions.
just to be clear, some members of the board have spoken up, and at least 3 members have not.
So where do we want to go? Do we need to go back and look at any of the findings again? Anybody?
I'm comfortable with the findings.
All right, so we basically had said for a lot of these findings that our favorable finding is contingent upon the finding itself is, assuming that the conditions are there. Well, now we've reviewed all the decisions. We had, I heard some hesitancy on the findings based on the fact that we had not yet reviewed the conditions. Now we have reviewed the conditions. Is there any remaining hesitancy on the findings? And hearing none.
Once we vote an approval, it goes. That's the end of it for us, and it goes off to the clerk.
So we've gone through the conditions and findings verbatim tonight. You can go on. I'm going to use the language as discussed. That's verbatim. That was discussed tonight and is part of the public record as recorded in this meeting.
The statute gives you 14 days to file a decision after you voted it.
But after we vote, what happens if there's something wrong?
You correct it. You've granted the special permit. What would be wrong would be add an entire new condition. You've lost that ability.
Yeah. Right. So at this point, the only thing we don't have in front of us is all of the exact words. It seems to me that we've agreed on what we want those words to say. We just don't see the exact words. And what I hear Bob saying is he really would like to see the exact words. Now, how do we make that happen? I mean, we have, at least informally, we seem to have found favorably. We seem to have agreed that the waiver can be granted. We seem to have agreed on the conditions, although some wording needs to be taken care of on the conditions. Aside from seeing the final wording, having a chance to review the final wording to make sure it comports with what we believe we've agreed to, I don't know that there's anything left. There's a question of when we take a vote, or maybe how firmly we can say tonight that we have found favorably, have agreed on conditions, and are prepared to grant the permit.
I speak up, Dave. I have one lingering thing. I would like to see the reduction in the number of 15 vehicles. I would like to see to what degree it can be brought down.
The number of what?
The 15 vehicles, 15 tractor trailers
The late ones.
during the rest.
You want a number smaller than 15 in what we're looking at now.
Yeah.
$14.
Do I hear 14?
The number 15 is based on the applicant's review of the ITE standards with some arbitrary padding, if you will, but it's based on what the existing conditions, what the anticipated conditions would be.
How?
If that's not adequate,
I don't
I think
understand the derivation of the
I
number.
think the onus goes on to the board then if that's not adequate to propose the new number.
Yeah, well, I don't know how the 15 was arrived at, so I don't know how to consider whether some other number.
Yes, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I heard Scott say that the ITE trip generation patterns for this warehouse use show that typically overnight, in these particular hours, a warehouse would generate 12 trips. And I see Scott nodding. So that was the basis, basically 12 trips with a little bit of padding to provide some wiggle room. They bumped it up to 15.
Correct.
So 12 would be a typical number for a 24/7 warehouse
Of this size.
of this size.
Correct.
And I'll say the reason for me that 15 seems just fine is the additional note that even if it's 2 trips, there's still the condition of the every 6 months review of the traffic. So that's worth noting.
That kicks in as soon as it's 1.
As soon as it's 1 over.
Yeah. Anywhere between 1 and whatever number we picked. 15, 12, whatever.
The monitoring gets triggered, just to remind you, by somebody's desire to be able to operate loading and unloading between the restricted hours.
Yes.
And them saying it won't exceed 15 or some different number. But if they only think they're gonna generate 4, they still have to do the monitoring.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, the monitoring kicks in if they're even doing 1 trip during the restricted hours.
It has to do with the loading and unloading. It has nothing to do with the number of trips.
Yep, if the loading and unloading generates 1 trip or more, or is expected.
Loading and unloading occurs. Whether it generates trips or not is irrelevant. If what they want to do is unload trucks that were delivered to them during the course of the day, they still have to report that.
That's right, because we're saying no unloading or loading whatsoever during the restricted hours.
That's right.
And any exception to
That's
that.
how much I've already given you.
Exception to that kicks this in. It's a little bit confusing to talk about loading and unloading and trips.
Okay.
But I think that seems to be an appropriate way to look at it, is that if I'm gonna do any loading and unloading during the restricted hours, there is the potential for me to generate trips. So that gets me into the business of reporting and monitoring, right?
Oh,
Correct.
Yeah.
That's why 15 is the right number.
trips. It's a total of the first line is about active loading and unloading. But then I move down and I've got trips in the 3, 4, 5, 6th line. And we're up against that difference between loading and unloading versus trips.
So the intent is to have no loading or unloading of tractor trailer trucks between those restricted hours.
Right.
If there is a desire to do that, they will have to do the monitoring and submit that to the board.
But the 4th line,
If they want to utilize
Fifth
under
line.
15 vehicles for that, for the loading and unloading throughout those restricted hours. If they want to go above that
Oh, yeah.
15, they then need to submit a full modification of this decision.
the one shall
And that
provide.
condition will not apply. We've removed that. So it will apply.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th line, restricted hours and the projected number of, I'm not sure what how
They need to describe the activities, specifically that refers to loading and unloading activities.
in advance a report.
They
Oh,
need to
and, okay, and the project, okay.
They describe the activities, they describe the projected number of trips. Which, as
Total.
Attorney Donahue has noted, the projected number of trips could well be 0. We're gonna be loading and unloading overnight, but we're not gonna be sending any tractor trailers in or out.
But then,
It's the very act of loading and unloading during the restricted hours that triggers this.
but then in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th line, if the total number of tractor trailer trips during the restricted hours is estimated to be more than 15, such use shall be deemed.
Yeah.
So we're down to trips instead of loading and unloading.
Right.
And I think that's a little.
To me, it's not at all confusing. Okay?
Okay.
You're doing trips, you're doing loading and unloading during restricted hours. You gotta report to us on what you're doing during those hours, but most importantly, whether you're going to be generating any trips, tractor trailer trips. And if you are generating trips as a result of that loading and unloading activity, if it's more than 15, it's a modification. If it's less than 15, it triggers the monitoring. But that's the tie-in. It's trips as a consequence of your loading and unloading activity. You know, it's two different things if they're tied together, because the loading and unloading activity may generate some truck trips.
Okay. Drop off the October to January. Rewrite this a little better. And I'm still not sure how to. Traditionally, we've always approved explicit wording, having the wording in front of us and approved it. We're talking about a different kind of approval if we're going to take a vote tonight.
But I think the exercise you've now gone through in detail of reviewing every finding, making notations as to changes, every condition, notations as to changes, specific language in many cases, and talking through at some length the hours of operation that you're being left with, leaves you in a position of someone proposing a motion to approve the special permit, subject to the draft decision as presented, subject to the modifications as discussed by the board, to be reviewed at the next meeting, reviewed and approved by the board.
Now, we have,
Reviewed and approved by the board at the next meeting.
Right.
Is that what you said?
I did.
yep. Yeah, we have at times in the past done something similar where we've required some language modifications and had the chair or some other designated person review them. The idea here is similar to that, except
Give the whole board.
in a sense, it's a provisional approval subject to a confirmation by the board after reviewing the final language.
That the language is consistent with the discussion we've just had for a number of hours.
If someone can make a motion for that, but I'd like us to go home.
You're already home.
Move that we go home after, no.
I'd like to go home to where the cocktails are.
Yeah.
I moved the motion that Mr. Donahue said because that was just easier than me repeating it.
Yeah.
That
Yes.
Second.
Just to be clear, the motion is to approve the favorable findings as previously discussed.
It's to approve the special permit in accordance with the draft decision as presented, subject to modification as discussed by the board, and subject to the board's review and approval of those final modifications.
Yes, and we typically mention in our motion of approval, at least informally, we mention that the favorable findings as we've discussed, the waiver being approved, and the conditions as discussed, again, subject to the final wording. And all that kind of wrapped up.
I don't think we need to say favorable findings because we've discussed specific findings. Some are
So let's keep it simple with a motion on the floor. Any further discussion?
Would we be, at the next meeting, I have a question, Dave. At the next meeting, would we be voting on individual conditions? Or is it a blanket approval now?
We are voting for the approval now under the motion that is proposed, and the board's next meeting would only to be reviewing the condition or the decision to make sure that it reflects the decision the board is making tonight.
Yeah, so we wouldn't be changing the decision next week. We would be confirming that the exact wording reflects what we approve tonight, assuming we approve it. Any other discussion? We'll call for a vote. Justin?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Linda?
Aye.
Prabhu?
I'm not clear, Dave. I know you said discussed. I'm still not comfortable with the 15 vehicle condition. When I say if I say aye, am I saying okay for that?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, if you don't agree with that, you can vote no on this.
No.
And Dave votes aye. Motion carried by a vote of 4 in favor and 1 against. With a vote in 4 in favor, the special permit is approved. And
Thank you
again,
for your time.
we will work the wording in between meetings and review the final wording at our next meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your patience
Thank you.
through this very long process.
Can we adjourn?
I don't believe there is any other business that.
I move we adjourn.
second.
Moved and second that this meeting be adjourned. Justin?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Linda?
Aye.
Prabhu?
Aye.
And Dave votes aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank you for sticking with us.